Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Žiga, for this wonderful and powerful opening. Dear Excellencies, Presidents, dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 20th edition of the Bled Strategic Forum titled A Runaway World. You know, I may be one of the most stubborn people in Europe or even in the world, because for years, and it was really years, I've stood here and I said the same thing, that human rights, the rule of law, cooperation, solidarity and multilateralism, and above all, decency, must be more than words. They must guide the actions of the international community. And yet, the world keeps testing this belief. The war in Ukraine, the devastation in Gaza and the Middle East, the unbearable suffering in Sudan. These are not just distant tragedies. They are symptoms of our collective failure to act when it matters the most. Still, I refuse to give up. I say these words not out of habit, but out of conviction, because I believe someone is listening, and because I believe that even in a runaway world, change is still possible. As a Slovenian and as a European, I believe in Europe, united, resilient, democratic and just. A Europe that leads not only with influence, but with principle. That defends the truth, protects the vulnerable, and knows that real dialogue begins with decency and respect. This is the Europe we must build, and we should have started long time ago. But now we can wait no longer. Before I close, let me take a moment to thank my extraordinary team, perhaps even more stubborn than I am, and all our friends and partners, old and new. Your dedication and trust give this forum its strength and meaning. With that, I officially open the 20th anniversary of the Bled Strategic Forum International Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. It began here, in this very hall, almost 20 years ago. The world has changed beyond recognition. With the orchestra beside us, let us turn back the wheel of time and rediscover where and when it all began.
Imagine you could travel back in time to August 2006. There were 1.6 billion fewer people living on Earth, and the global economy was less than half the size it is today. Only 17% of the world's population had access to the internet. Today, nearly 70% are connected to the web. Back then, a relatively unknown network called Facebook was only open to college students in a handful of countries. And Twitter, an obscure website, had only been made public a month earlier. The European Union that had just welcomed 10 new member states would add another 3 over the following decade. And, for the first time in its history, see a member leave the Union. carbon dioxide emissions were 27% lower than they are today. As a result, we have now, for the first time in human history, crossed the critical threshold of 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. In 2006, people would not have understood words like iPhone, hashtag, unfollow, and crowdfunding, which were yet to be invented. Several extraordinary discoveries in science were still to come to light. Few foresaw that within 2 years, the world would plunge into the greatest economic and financial meltdown since the 1930s, only to be eclipsed in just over a decade by the Great Shutdown, caused by a global outbreak of a new disease. Old conflicts would continue, and new ones would erupt. At the same time, huge steps were made towards solving seemingly unsolvable challenges. And for the first time ever, a common blueprint for a sustainable future of our planet would be agreed upon. The world has changed, and we have followed suit. Since 2006, the Bled Strategic Forum has brought together nearly 18,000 participants from more than 100 countries, including over 70 heads of state and government, almost 400 foreign and other ministers, and more than 2,100 media representatives. Exchanging views, seeking solutions, leading. Welcome to the 20th edition of the Bled Strategic Forum.
As we turn from reflection to leadership, it is my honor to welcome on stage Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, Ms. Tanja Fajon.
Esteemed guests from near and far, dear friends of Bled Strategic Forum. 20 years ago, Slovenia launched this forum with a simple belief. Diplomacy must serve people and not power. That belief resonates even more urgently today. We gather in Bled in the midst of crisis, in the midst of wars, injustice and deep uncertainty, in what truly feels like a runaway world. Fear too often divides us or paralyzes us. And in such turbulent times, we need steady anchors. The rule of law, shared solidarity and a moral conscience. Slovenia strives to be one of them. As a member of the European Union and as a member of NATO and the UN Security Council, Slovenia does not stand on the sidelines. We believe peace is built through diplomacy, justice through law, and security through cooperation. But how do we turn these principles into action? Let me present our 3 tests of commitment. The first is Ukraine. Russia's aggression in direct attack on Europe's peace and security. Slovenia and the European Union stand firmly with Ukraine, supporting its right to a free, sovereign and unified future. Peace cannot come at the cost of justice or territorial integrity. We reject outcome that rewards aggression. Together with our European and transatlantic partners, we will continue to provide long-term security, reconstruction support, and a clear path to European Union membership. Ukraine's future is Europe's future, and we will not turn away. Second is Gaza. The situation in Gaza and beyond. It is beyond our imagination. Every single day, because of relentless bombings and deliberate starvation. An entire classroom of children is lost. Day after day, the numbers grow. Life-saving humanitarian aid is deliberately blocked. While lives are extinguished before the world's eyes and entire families are erased. Slovenia recognized the state of Palestine because we believe peace demands justice, and a viable two-state solution is the only way forward. We acted, imposing an arms embargo on Israel, banning settlement imports, and declaring 2 extremist ministers persona non grata. We've sent emergency aid and continue to demand unimpeded humanitarian access. At the upcoming UN General Assembly in September, we will advocate for wider recognition of Palestine and a renewed push for peace. A ceasefire is urgent. Hostages must be released, and aid must flow. We are also considering joining South Africa's case before the International Court of Justice, because accountability cannot wait, and neither can justice. And while Gaza commands the world's attention, it is not the only humanitarian crisis. From Sudan to other regions torn by war and hunger, millions more are suffering, often in silence. Finally, we turn to the Western Balkans. Enlargement is not a favor. It is a geostrategic necessity. The region must pursue reforms that strengthen democracy, the rule of law and human rights, while the European Union must honour its commitments. We commend peaceful civic demonstrations, including in Serbia, as vital expressions of European aspiration. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, the strict enforcement of court rulings is essential to uphold the rule of law and ensure accountability. Investing in youth is essential to create opportunities that counter the lure of emigration. Slovenia remains committed to fostering dialogue and advancing a future where the Western Balkans, alongside with Moldova, Ukraine, is fully integrated in Europe. Peace is no longer threatened only by bullets. It is also under attack from lies. Democracies cannot survive without truth, yet today disinformation, foreign interference and the misuse of artificial intelligence are eroding our trust, distorting reality and weakening democratic institutions from within. As a former journalist myself, I have seen how dangerous the collapse of shared truth can be. In this environment, we must urgently restore effective multilateralism, choosing cooperation over confrontation, reform over deadlock, and human dignity over manipulation. And peace must be inclusive. Women, so often the first to suffer in conflict, must also be the first to shape its resolution. Slovenia remains a committed champion of the women, peace and security agenda. So how do we, friends, resolve all these crises? First, we must unite Europe and our NATO allies behind a bold and principled global role. Second, we must restore effective multilateralism, a UN Security Council that acts decisively and not stalls. Third, we must uphold international law consistently without double standards. And fourth, we must choose truth over fear, justice over silence, and people over power. And as a foreign minister, I have seen the quiet strength of diplomacy, of building trust, seeking political solutions, and listening with intent. Even a small country can make a meaningful difference when it stands firmly for international law and acts with principles in times of crisis. Today, over 120 armed conflicts are raging around the world, while Europe faces economic uncertainty with projected growth of just 1.1% in 2025 and 0.9% in the euro area. And this volatile global landscape, Europe must rise not just as an economic actor, but also as a force for principle. And the EU may not be a traditional military power, but it possesses immense influence. The influence of values, diplomacy, law, and example. And that influence is strongest when rooted in unity, especially among neighbours. Slovenia's close cooperation with our neighbours, Italy, Austria, Croatia and Hungary, all fellow EU members, shows how regional trust can strengthen Europe's global voice. And we must now use the influence more boldly to defend truth, support peace and strengthen global cooperation. In a world that often seems to be spinning out of control, principled leadership matters. And Slovenia is proving that even a small country can lead, and with courage, with conscience and a steadfast commitment to justice, human dignity and international law. And we will continue to do so, and I invite you all today and tomorrow to embrace our brainstorming activism of the Bled Strategic Forum and take an active role in shaping solutions that can make a world a fairer and a safer place. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Madam Minister. For 2 decades, the Bled Strategic Forum has been a crossroads of ideas and voices that shape our times. Let us now look back at some of the faces that have stood on this stage and at the numbers that tell the story of a world growing, changing, and struggling.
We've not started this war. We are defending our territory and we want to restore the territorial integrity.
I believe we must be ready on both sides by 2030 to enlarge.
This forum has become a tradition, and it is also a testament to Slovenia's global leadership.
Dear guests, before we set sail on new discussions and build on the legacy we have just revisited, it is my honor to invite to the stage the President of the Republic of Slovenia, Ms. Nataša Pirc-Musar.
Dear Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Slovenia, Urška Klakočar Zupančič, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia, Dr. Robert Golob, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to the 20th Bled Strategic Forum. 2 years ago, I had the privilege of watching a retrospective of past forum editions. Apparently, some members of the organizing team secretly shed tears of pride, and I would say rightly so. It is hard to comprehend the amount of time and energy that goes into making these events a success. So to all the BSF teams over the years, thank you. Much has changed in the last 2 decades. The glory days are over for our continent. Europe is no longer the global political and economic heavyweight. Nevertheless, countries across the world, big and small, want Europe as a reliable partner. A strong Europe, they say, can be an ally of those unwilling to be dependent on or commanded by the great powers. It is an honor to see the rest of the world wanting Europe to remain a vital player in international relations. However, we risk the opposite by giving it to politicians and political parties who prefer a weaker, less interconnected and less inclusive Europe. They believe bilateralism dwarfs multilateralism. They reject the very values on which European integration rests. Today, it is therefore more important than ever to discuss these values, the values that makes us human. It frightens me to say, but I must. 25 years ago, the European Union adopted the slogan, "United in diversity." Yet today, I fear we are not even close to making this commitment a reality. Instead of unity, we drift towards disunity. Ladies and gentlemen, is this how we wish to cooperate with and compete against the great powers? I hope not. I hope Europe will become a respected player in the international world stage. I hope that geopolitical discussions affecting and decisions affecting Europe are not and will not be made without Europe. And I hope Europe continues to stand firmly behind the central premise of the epilogue to the war of aggression against Ukraine, that no decision about Ukraine's future are made without Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe will only be competitive if we learn to set aside our differences and self-interests for the success of the Union and all its citizens. This will only be possible if we believe in Europe as an economic and political project that everyone understands and supports. In such a Europe, we will not question democracy as a way of life. We will take the single market seriously. We will care for the poor, the elderly, and the vulnerable. And we will know how to fight for our interests as Europeans. Then there is diversity. There can be no respect for a diversity without basic human rights. That, however, is not the case. 70 years after the integration began, and 35 years since the Cold War ended, skepticism about human rights is spreading. Xenophobia and intolerance towards those who are different or think differently are major challenges. So are the denial of women's rights, marginalization of minorities, scapegoating of migrants, and alarmingly, support of genocidal and apartheid policies. Excellencies, esteemed guests, Only 80 years have passed since the end of the Second World War. Only 80 years. And we already seem to have forgotten how vital human rights and dignity are for civilization and social progress. So deep is this collective amnesia that even the prevention of genocide, the most abhorrent crime against humanity, no longer carries the urgency it once did. I'm not here to compare the dehumanization of millions under Nazism and fascism, leading to the Holocaust and other crimes against humanity. Far from it. But I must say this. The world condemned the Srebrenica genocide and brought its perpetrators to justice. Why then, only 3 decades later, do some politicians tolerate, even defend, the Israel's genocidal policy against Palestinians in Gaza? The international community resoundingly condemned Hamas's terrorist attack in October 2023. How come? We have no such consensus when it comes to people living in Gaza. How can it be that there are still politicians, including in European Union member states, who tolerate that most people in Gaza have been displaced multiple times? That more than 90% of homes are damaged or destroyed? How can they accept acute shortages of food, water, fuel, medicine, and shelter? Or reports of Israel negotiating with South Sudan to transfer people from one war-torn land at risk of famine to another? Or the fact that humanitarian workers and doctors themselves are starving while trying to help those in need? How can they not be moved after the news hit the world that the Gaza City and surrounding areas are now, ladies and gentlemen, officially under famine? Distinguished guests, these are not rhetorical questions. As human beings, we must ensure that the Gaza Strip and the West Bank never fade from the political spotlight from several reasons. Firstly, because through our dealings with Gaza, we reveal who we are. Gaza has become a symbol of our attitude towards atrocities worldwide. If we cannot address Gaza, what legitimacy do we have to confront gross violations of human rights anywhere else? Secondly, because our handling of Gaza reflects our understanding of humanity. When Europe advocates human rights as universal values, do we truly mean it, or are they merely a tool for dominating political discourse? Thirdly, because humanity is indivisible. We are rightly united in strong condemning Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We stand with the Ukrainian people and support the principle of territorial integrity. We cannot allow a country to seize another country's territory just because it can. We cannot allow people to be killed merely for defending their country against an aggressor. In Ukraine, we defend international law and humanity. Values and norms are values and norms. Everywhere, for everyone, also in Gaza. Fourthly, because Europe needs to show unity in defending humanity. The EU's ultimate response to Israel's actions in Gaza will show the world how our leaders see Europe's future. Whether democracy, unity, diversity and trust in international law remain at the center of the European integration. That being said, I find little cause for optimism. Attacks on democracy and fundamental freedoms are visible basically everywhere. Many of us grew up with leaders criticizing autocracies during the Cold War. Several of those regimes endure, and their practices are spreading regrettably, even in Europe. Freedom of thought, academic freedom, and investigative journalism once shaped democratic discourse. Not anymore. And this is wrong. This is historically wrong. Without freedom of thought, there can be no progress. Attempts to restrict free speech are always met with resistance. Those who suppress freedom of thought and critical thinking always end up on the scrap heap of history. With this in mind, I would like to express my support for the initiative to award the Nobel Peace Prize to Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the West Bank and Gaza, and to the doctors caring for the people of Gaza. They deserve recognition. They deserve recognition for risking their lives to restore peace and uphold humanity. They embody what multilateralism for human rights also means, preventing individual politicians from acting with impunity. Dear friends, we cannot stand by and watch history unfold without us. We must not let cold pragmatism drain the soul from Europe. Now is the time to speak truth. Bold, unwavering truth to power. To bring the united in diversity back to the very heart of the European dream in an enlarged European Union. Human rights and human dignity flourish in a world that is stable and just. But it is in times of crisis and uncertainty that the true test begins. The test of our courage, our conviction, our willingness to stand firm and defend our values. Now is the time to raise our voices, not in whispers of compromise, but in a thunder of determination. Let us reject those who bend their values to the winds of profit and personal gain. Let us fight for a Europe that speaks out loudly through every multilateral forum, against injustice and exclusion, against every crime against humanity, and for every silenced voice. Ladies and gentlemen, as leaders, we shape the future, a path towards democracy, prosperity, and peace, or a spiral into fear, crisis, and war. This is our moment to choose the side of history we will stand on. Billions, ladies and gentlemen, billions depend on our choice. We Slovenians believe in justice, and we have no doubt. We stand firmly and proudly on the side of humanity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, international TV presenter and journalist, Ali Aslan.
Madam President, thank you so much again for your very powerful and moving speech. Let's give it up one more time for Madam President. Thank you so much. Yeah. And thank you, of course, for a wonderful opening to the Bled Strategic Orchestra, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the 20th anniversary of the Bled Strategic Forum, and we are here to celebrate 2 decades of fostering dialogue and cooperation. You see in the videos the humble beginnings of this conference, and looking here into the audience, you can with confidence say that the Bled Strategic Forum has turned into one of the most prestigious and important conferences, not only in this region, but all around the globe. Congratulations to Tanja Fajon and congratulations to Peter Gierk. Once again, this is your applause. Now, I myself, I've been part of this forum. I've had the privilege of being part of this forum since 2018. You might have seen me up there on the memory video there. And it's so great to see so many familiar faces that have shaped the forums here throughout the years. I'm seeing, of course, the former president, Borut Pahor. Great to see you, gentlemen. Always a pleasure. We've had the pleasure of being on stage here numerous times, and of course I'm seeing my very, very good friend, Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama, here in the audience. Prime Minister, you and I had our fair share of moments here on this stage. I think we went viral a couple of times. It's always great to see you. Congratulations on your re-election. But I also see many new faces here, new additions. Of course, the President of the European Council. I'm seeing Antonio Costa. Welcome, gentlemen, here to Bled for the very first time, at least in your new capacity. And of course, I'm seeing EU High Representative Kaja Kallas also here with us. Welcome to you as well. I'm very much looking forward to our conversation here later on this very stage. Now, 20 years, it might be quite unlikely because I'm looking at many fresh and young faces here, but is there anyone here by any chance who's attended all 20 editions of the Bled Strategic Forum? Let's see a show of hands. All 20? None. 1? Okay, right there. You'll get the medal later on. Remind me. Who else? Who's been here? Right here, one more time. Okay, you got to share the medal. We only 20 times. That's a proud achievement. So you are witness, and you have witnessed the steady rise of this forum into what it is today. Who's here for the very first time? The very first time at the Bled Strategic Forum. So I'm seeing quite a number of hands. You're in for a treat. Congratulations indeed. Now, 20 years, an anniversary, a birthday is always reason to celebrate. But, ladies and gentlemen, it goes without saying that this anniversary, of course, comes at a time when the world is in disarray, when it is hurting. So, of course, this is also a somber moment in time. And we have seen the video of your predecessor, Antonio Costa. We've seen Charles Michel standing up here on this very stage 2 years ago, making the pledge that the EU should be ready to admit Western Balkan countries into the EU by 2030. And our first panel, yes, please. The Bled Pledge, if you will, the Bled Pledge, as we call it, as the organizers call it. And in the very first panel, in the opening panel here of today, we want to see what has remained, if anything, of the Bled Pledge. Is it a dream or is it a reality? I'm very much looking forward to a very powerful panel. The first panel, as you know, traditionally here at the Bled Strategic Forum always focuses and looks at current events and developments in this region, in the Western Balkans. Certainly no shortage of topics here to be discussed during the first panel, which is being set up right behind me. As you can see, I'm very much looking forward to a very, very powerful panel here in Bled. 20th anniversary, that is quite an achievement. And while the chairs are being set up, I'm very delighted to call up one by one the distinguished speakers of the opening panel, once again titled The Bled Pledge, a Dream or Reality? The first speaker, of course, we've heard from the Foreign Minister, we've heard from the President. Now I'm delighted to welcome to the stage the Prime Minister of Slovenia. Please welcome Robert Golob. Always good to see you. And your names are right there projected on stage, so there shouldn't be any confusion. Also, delighted to welcome to the stage the European Commissioner for Enlargement, Marta Kost, ladies and gentlemen, is here. Commissioner, wonderful to have you. We will see what remains of the Bled Pledge.
Yes.
Very much looking forward to your remarks. Very delighted to welcome to the stage a gentleman who needs no introduction to the Bled Strategic Forum. He's a very regular face here, year in, year out. The Prime Minister of Croatia, Andrej Plenković, ladies and gentlemen. Prime Minister, good to see you. And ladies and gentlemen, I can speak from personal experience when I say a speaker, a leader who makes every panel more entertaining. The Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama, ladies and gentlemen.
So you are staying with me here? Staying with me here or not?
No, not this year. Not this year, Edi Rama, for good reason, I believe. But I'm delighted to see you back. And last, but certainly not least, delighted to welcome to the stage the Prime Minister of Montenegro, Milojko Spajić, ladies and gentlemen. Very good to meet you. And the moderator of this session, very, very delighted to welcome her to the stage, the director of the Istituto Affari Internazionali in Italy, Natalie Tocci, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. And Natalie, great to have you. And before we start, yes, please, before we start, this year we have a different setting. Usually you dive right into the conversation, but we are very, very delighted to have a very special guest here with us who will give an input, if you will, make the intro to this panel. I'm delighted to see him here and welcome him now to the stage for a keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the European Council and former Prime Minister of Portugal, António Costa.
Madam President, dear Robert, dear Eddie, Mr. Prime Minister, dear Andrej, Marta, let me begin by expressing my sincere thanks to our Slovenian hosts for their generous hospitality and for once again making Bled a place where Europe gathers not only to reflect, but to think strategically, challenge assumptions and shape the future. And congratulations for this 20th anniversary. At this critical moment, as the tectonic plates of global order continue to shift, allow me to speak frankly about three things. First, the main events that shaped this summer. Second, what the European Union stands for, and third, how the European Union can become stronger and safer in today's world. In what the European Union is concerned, this summer was defined by two important developments. The European Union-United States Framework Trade Agreement and renewed diplomatic efforts surrounding the war in Ukraine. I'm aware that the frustration felt by many Europeans who perceive the Union as having been too passive in shaping these developments. Let me address this directly. We certainly do not celebrate the return of tariffs or the limitations of an unbalanced trade framework. But we must be honest about the broader picture. In today's interconnected world, trade diplomacy, and security inevitably influence each other. Trade is one dimension of our relationship with the United States. Security, especially during a war on our doorstep, is an existential concern. Escalating tensions with a key ally over tariffs while our eastern border is under threat would have been an imprudent risk. That is why, at this moment, we chose diplomacy over escalation. We gave space to dialogue, to choose restraint, because we are responsible. Stabilizing transatlantic relations and ensuring United States engagement in Ukraine's security has been a top priority. The European Union did not start a trade war, but yes, we refrain from retaliation, protect our own interest, the interest of European consumers by not taxing them with tariffs, the interest of business by providing predictability, and ensuring that our products and services are not at a disadvantage in relation to other exporters to the United States. That said, our partners, including the United States, must know that the European Union will always defend its sovereignty, its citizens, its companies, and its values. Diplomacy should never be mistaken for complacency. It is true that this moment proved once again that our powerful single market of 450 million consumers, our rules-based approach, are not sufficient. We must become more autonomous, more resilient, and more prepared to act, more sovereign. We cannot anymore rely just on our allies when facing threats. We must take greater responsibility for our own destiny. And that is why today I want to affirm one clear message on behalf of the European Union. We stand for a world where peace is protected, partnerships are genuine, and where the principles of the United Nations Charter are upheld not just in words, but in action. Europe does not retreat, Europe engages. First, Europe has stood firmly with Ukraine against Russia's war of aggression as the truly indispensable partner. Our support has helped Ukraine remain sovereign after more than 3 years of war. Together with our member states, the EU has mobilized over 170 billion, the largest contribution from any global donor supporting Ukraine's defense, economy, energy grid, and institutions. Our security is tied to Ukraine's resilience, but equally to the idea that power cannot trump law. We are also supporting Ukraine's reconstruction and its path to the European Union membership. This is not a political slogan. It is a strategic reality that we are shaping every day. Secondly, in the Middle East, we are witnessing a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza that shocks the conscience of the world. The scale of civilian suffering, especially among children, is appalling and unacceptable. As the resolution presented by Slovenia in the United Nations Security Council stated, the use of starvation as a weapon of war is prohibited under international humanitarian law. Regrettably, while supported by 14 out of 15 Council members, this resolution was blocked by the United States. The European Union has consistently condemned the Hamas terrorist attacks of October the 7th and continues to call for the unconditional release of all hostages. At the same time, the right to self-defense does not justify the indiscriminate destruction of civilian infrastructures or the collective punishment of an entire population. We must be unequivocal. International humanitarian law applies to all parties. We are deeply concerned by actions that threaten the viability of a future Palestinian state, particularly the expansion of settlements in the West Bank and the ongoing displacement in Gaza. These developments risk undermining peace and destabilizing the broader region, and for sure our friends from Egypt and Jordan can explain here very clearly. We therefore call for an immediate and sustained ceasefire, an unhindered humanitarian access, a halt of illegal settlement activity, and a renewed international commitment to a two-state solution. The European Union remains the leading donor of humanitarian aid to Palestinian people. European funding has kept hospitals, schools and institutions running, providing more than 450 million since the start of this war. We are actively supporting diplomatic efforts, and Palestinians representatives must obviously be allowed to participate in international fora, including or especially the United Nations General Assembly and the upcoming conference on the conflict. The Palestinian people deserve peace, dignity and statehood, and that this is also the most sustainable path to the security for the Israeli people. We believe both are possible, but only if we act together, engaging more actively with our partners in the region and speaking with one strong European voice. And let me be clear, unanimity in the common foreign and security policy is not a right to veto, but on the contrary, the special responsibility for each member state to build compromises in the spirit of loyal cooperation. Thirdly, geopolitical naivety is over. That is why we are massively increasing our defence investments to reinforce our own security, strengthen our industries and create jobs across Europe. This will also enhance our credibility and influence on the global stage. Peace without defence is an illusion. Soft power alone is not enough in a world where hard power too often prevails. In the meantime, contrary to the worst predictions, we have succeeded in keeping the United States engaged in NATO and committed with Europe's eastern security. Diplomacy still works and the transatlantic bond holds. The United States accounts for 20% of our exports and 13% of our imports. But the remaining 80% of the global economy also matters, and Europe must engage with it more actively. That is why we are building stronger trade and industrial partnerships across the globe. We are advancing deals with Mercosur, Mexico, India, Indonesia, Philippines and Thailand, not just to boost trade, but to increase predictability and resilience. Diversification makes our supply chains more secure and reduce strategic dependencies, especially in critical raw materials. Our updated global gateway strategy is expanding our cooperation across Central Asia, the South Caucasus, Latin America and Africa. It is a trade and investment agenda based on sustainability, digital innovation, labour rights and climate alignment. Because trade deals, not tariffs, deliver real benefits for countries, companies and citizens. Europe remains a reference point, not through coercion, but through example. For decades, the European Union has helped lift millions out of poverty and has stood for development, democracy and peace. Our soft power is not naive, it's necessary. In the fragmented world, our contribution is needed more than ever. And finally, let me conclude by addressing our own future. The European Union is not a closed club. We are a community of values and a project of peace and prosperity. And that project is not yet complete. The accession path of the Western Balkans, Moldova and Ukraine are not just promises. They are priorities. These countries are at the heart of Europe and they are part of Europe's future. In the coming years, we must prepare the Union for enlargement through reforms, budget adjustments and strengthened governance. Enlargement will not be easy, but it will be worth it. It is the best investment we can make to reconcile nations and histories and to build a more united continent. We will continue to work with all accession partners and take advantage of its positive momentum on enlargement. The European Union's growth plan for the Western Balkans is a potential game changer, offering financial support and incentives for reforms, regional cooperation and economic integration. We must not lose this momentum. All leaders must do their part. All parties must take responsibility, because this is not about geography. It is about values, democracy, human rights, freedom, rule of law. This enlargement presents a significant challenge for the European Union and its member states, but is even more demanding for the Western Balkans countries. And the greatest difficulty is not the required reforms or the negotiation of various chapters and clusters. The real challenge lies in adopting a new culture mindset, overcoming historical conflicts in order to build a shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's fragmented world, the European Union chooses to act, not through power alone, but through partnership, principle and perseverance. We will stand with those who uphold international law, not with those who seek to dismantle it. We will keep building a stronger Europe, not for ourselves alone, but for the benefit of global peace, justice and cooperation. This is Europe's promise. This is Europe's purpose. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, President Costa, for those important words, and good afternoon to you all. Back to school, back to Bled. Here we are, another year, and here we are to discuss, once again, an extremely important topic. Enlargement, the Bled Pledge. Where are we on that Bled Pledge a couple of years since it was announced? Now, as we all know, enlargement up until Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine was kind of almost dead in the water. Russia's invasion revived, in many respects, enlargement, and it revived enlargement for the very simple reason that enlargement was no longer viewed as being optional. It was no longer viewed as being a nice but not a necessary to have. There was no stable grey zone in between the European Union and what lied to the east, and therefore all of a sudden enlargement once again was understood as being strategic, as being in our own interests, as being perhaps even existential. And it is really in this context that the Bled Pledge was made. Now, I think in fairness, what we can say a couple of years on is that a number of very important things have happened. New countries have been recognized as candidates to enlargement. Accession negotiations have been opened with several others. Accession talks have been accelerated with a couple represented here on stage today. And as President Costa was reminding us, we also have a growth plan. So I think, you know, if we really do want to look at the glass half full, it's fair to say that indeed there have been important steps being made. But for true believers in enlargement, for enlargement enthusiasts, I think as many of us in this room are, we tend to look often also at the glass being half empty. What is it that we could do more? What is it that we can do to accelerate further? What is it that we can actually do to ensure that that Bled Pledge is not only met, but perhaps we can even anticipate it by a couple of years? And in order to discuss this question, Ali has already introduced them. We have an absolutely stellar panel to discuss them with us. And especially indeed for those that would like to see the process accelerating even further, there are, I think, at least a couple of questions or challenges that I think would be extremely important to discuss over the next hour or so. The first is what I would define as being the poison in the enlargement process. And the poison in the enlargement process is the bilateralization and the politicization of the enlargement process. The way in which member states, some member states, have, and this is not an entirely new phenomenon, but it's certainly a phenomenon that has become graver over time, have hijacked the enlargement process for reasons that have very little to do with the EU's own interests and values. So that's, in a sense, one challenge that I'd like to put on the table. And then, of course, there is another broader challenge, which is the fact that, particularly I think if we think back, a year ago, many of us thought and really believed that with this new political institutional cycle that began, enlargement would be the priority. It would really be up there in terms of what is it that the EU set out to achieve. And whereas, of course, it is a priority, the last year has inevitably perhaps seen a number of other important issues on the table. Defence, obviously, being one. The broader question of competitiveness, as President Costa was reminding us, obviously the trade issue and the tariff war with the United States. And so here we are in a situation in which glass half full, a lot has been achieved. Glass half empty, a lot more can and should be achieved. And so perhaps to kick us off with the discussion, Commissioner Kos, let me begin with you. You're also obviously a real believer in enlargement, and not only are you a believer in enlargement, but you're putting a hell of a lot of energy into actually making the Bled Pledge a reality. So let me perhaps begin by asking you, what is it that you can actually do, or we can actually collectively do, to make sure that enlargement is actually bumped up that list of priorities facing the European Union?
Yes, indeed. I see the enlargement process as much more than making our European Union bigger in the number of square kilometers or in the number of people. For me, enlargement today is really what we have heard from the Slovenian president before. It is also a kind of unification of Europe, which we haven't had before in our history. And what can we do? It will be soon that I will be 1 year commissioner, and 2-3 more very much important points. First, the red line, what I see in my work, also working with the candidate countries, is the importance of leadership. It cannot be, the accession process cannot be successful if it's not led by the leaders, like we have Milojko and Edi today, who first believe themselves that the best for their country is the EU membership. They live this, they show this. And of course, for this we need leaders who are able to put reforms over day-to-day businesses, who know how to resolve the bilateral issues. You've been speaking about this, Antonio also. And third, who also understand, I call this the soft point, that it's their task to bring the people of their country to this so-called soft point when everybody will understand, indeed, it is moving and we are doing it and we are making it. The accession process is not only about what we do in Brussels or what the leaders do. It is about how public is supporting it, the parliament is supporting it, and civil society. First point. The second point is there are no shortcuts. You've been speaking about the pledge of Mr. Borrell. He was speaking about that 2 sides should be ready in 2030. The candidate countries, but also we. But in order that we will be able to accept the new member states, they have to deliver. So no shortcuts, meaning the rule of law, human rights, anti-corruption, free media are non-negotiable. So all this has to be fulfilled. The third important thing I would name is the geopolitics has changed. We are now confronted with the fact that they are, I call them, external disruptive forces who would like to see us fail. If I very simplify, in the past it has been, if a candidate country has fulfilled the criteria, it could enter. Now we have external forces who would like to see us, Europe, fail, and candidates too. We saw what happened in Georgia. We have a very important elections at the end of September in Moldova, where we see that Russia is really fighting against the present government who has chosen, and the people who has chosen the European path.
Thank you so much, Marta, for this. And indeed, let me now turn to the candidate countries. And as I was hinting at earlier, both Albania and Montenegro, in fact, do represent, I think at this point in time, really the front runners in this process. And I think, really the countries that if we are to meet the Bled Pledge and do better, they are the ones that seem to be really quite well on the way. So, Eddie, perhaps let me begin with you and perhaps turn to you, paraphrasing what Marta was saying. What is it that you are doing to actually put reforms above the day-to-day politics? And, what is it that you can tell us today to persuade us that Albania actually is on track, not for 2030, but as you yourself said, for 2027? Persuade us that this is indeed what is happening and how Albania is actually going to meet that pledge.
Thank you. And first of all, it's really very nice to be here in the 20th anniversary of this forum, although I have not followed the whole 20. I want to make very quick remarks, 2 remarks. Number one, I saw the film and I was amazed to see our former president being the same. Like Slovenia, by the way, every time I come here, nothing changes, the same, perfect. And the second remark is, I don't know for what reason, maybe it's strategic, but the chairs become tinier and tinier and tinier. More and more uncomfortable. Maybe you have a message through the chairs, I don't know. This panel only. Just to tell us,
there's a reason.
Just to just to tell us we have to finish quick. But if you wanted us to finish quick, first of all, no Italian moderator, because they become the main player. And second, no Balkan people, you know, and no candidates, which are even more frustrating. So no, I think it's not that we are saying that we are ready for 2027, but it's that thanks to a Slovenian record breaker in swimming, we have a very clear objective put on our table by the Commission, challenging us to deliver on all benchmarks and on all criteria, and to end the negotiations until 2027. And then, of course, it will be the member states, and it's another part of the process. So what we are doing is exactly that. We are pushing and pushing and pushing and not asking questions, because the best thing to do with the European Union is to be free when you talk in Bled, but to say yes, 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 yes every time they say to you, you have to do this, you have to do this.
Not negotiations.
So if you mix Bled with Brussels, then you are F. So if you don't want to be effed, you have to do in Bled the sharing of the vision and different opinions and everything you want to express, and then go to Brussels and simply be a very, very diligent student. But this being said, I want to say that there is no rush because I believe that the most important part, for us at least, Albania, Montenegro is a big country, I'm talking about Albania, it's to use the process of the accession as a process of state building, because Europe is a bless for a country like us, because it's the only place where you can get the knowledge of how to build institutions. We never had institutions before in the real sense, and to build institutions is the most difficult exercise. And this is what makes the difference between Afghanistan, Iraq, or name it, where our very dear friends from the other side of the ocean have thought that with bombs and with values you can change the country, but it's not the case. What we have in Europe, although we got out of a history that was similar, very similar, Iraq, Afghanistan, whatever, in terms of lack of freedom, in terms of all brutalities, is the know-how of institution buildings. And so for this, I tell to everyone back home, we have to be diligent and to do the work. It's not something we necessarily like, you know. We don't necessarily like to have the traffic as perfect as in Germany, but we have to do it. And Europe is here to learn us, to teach us how to have traffic lights and how to have good circulation within the institutional life. It's something amazing, and we are progressing. But beyond the leadership, I must say, in our case, the Albanian people, we are far from the second in terms of being Euro-optimistic, because we love Europe unconditionally, and although Europe has made us suffer a lot, we have the full conviction that we are going to marry one day. So finally they have cut some of the bullshit, which took for many years, saying we love you, but we are not ready to talk to you. We love you, but now they are talking. So there is a step further, as Marta says, I say is marriage-based, she says is merit-based, so we need to deserve the marriage, and we are working for it.
Thank you, Eddie. And Milojko, let me turn to you on this. Tell us about your true love for the European Union. Tell us about what you are doing to persuade this at times rather difficult entity, animal, to indeed engage in marriage. And tell us what you're doing on, again, coming back to Marta's point, on putting reforms above the domestic fray of politics, and perhaps above all, what more could you do?
Well, first of all, yes, Montenegro, it is a small country in many ways, but it's one way, it's a very big one. And I thank Eddie for mentioning that, because I think Montenegro is the most ethnically diversified country in Europe, by far. We don't have ethnic majority. The only country in Europe that doesn't have ethnic majority. So everything has to be built by the compromise. And by the inclusive approach that includes everybody. And when I say everybody, it's not like Finnish, Norwegians and Danes. It's Montenegrins, Serbs, Albanians, Croats, Bosniaks, and other folks from the Balkans. The usual suspects that created instability for decades before, etc., etc. So you can imagine the amount of challenge that we are facing, obviously, in Montenegro, but winning this quote-unquote war in Montenegro, it's a small EU in a nutshell. It's a small Balkans in a nutshell. If we do this by values, and the way we are going to build a consensus is around European Union, obviously, accession, that's number one. Number two, it's about the economy. And number three is about the rule of law, treating everybody fairly and squarely, regardless of their ethnic background. And, this is what is really important, and I think we managed to do it to the big extent, obviously. In Montenegro now, within the majority, we have all the parliamentary Albanian, Serb, and Bosniak parties, that are obviously Montenegrins as well, but I'm saying those from the region, which was unthinkable before. Now we have them all in the government, in the majority, deciding together. And we just had
only the Germans to be an EU...
and Italians.
A German minority there.
So the thing is, we had a big reform just recently, and we had whole parliament voting unisonly on electoral reform, which was a really big one. It was impossible to do it for like decades. The same was about the Constitutional Court and many other reforms that we couldn't really do for decades. Now we can do all of these things with more than 2/3 of the majority voting in favor, because of these three things. And this is what unifies the country. And this is what should unify us all in the European Union as well. I lived more than a decade in Asia, in Singapore, Japan, China. I've been to India many times. I've been to Indonesia many times. And yes, Montenegro is ethnically diverse, but looking from that perspective, all of our differences, they are ridiculous. In Montenegro you have Bosniak, Serbian, Croatian, and Montenegrin language, which is basically completely interchangeable. We can understand each other completely. We basically eat the same food. Our culture is almost the same, or it is the same. The differences are tiny. And we make them so big because we focus on the past and we don't focus on the future. Right. It's about time we just focus on the future. Or we're going to be insignificant. We are becoming insignificant, but we are going to be even more insignificant if we don't focus on the future, if we don't focus on what's ahead of us, because Asia is focused. Very, very focused. Next 3-4 years are going to be monumental in terms of the change, the amount of change, the exponential change that's coming in the next 3 or 4 years in AI, in other big technologies. It's going to be monumental. We cannot miss this opportunity. So, yes, Europe is unified in our diversity. Great. Now let's move on and let's focus on the future. And we have to focus on some of the things that very smart people like Mario Draghi already made it for us. Let's remove the internal barriers. We're talking about, tariff barriers with the US. How about we focus on our own internal barriers? They're like huge. Right. They're really preventing us from being really a single market. And I'm talking as somebody who is not even part of the single market. Yet. But we are becoming slowly, like SEPA now and some other folks. So innovation, investing in innovation, making a good regulatory environment for innovation. Like 2 of our countries, we are small countries. We can be test beds for innovation. Together with the European Commission, we can sit down and say, hey, if it works out in Albania, if it works out in Montenegro, let's scale it up and let's become a European standard. These are the things, and actually that's good because 2 of our countries, we don't have vested interests of big industry folks. We can easily move ahead in terms of innovation, in terms of like regulatory change. And our administrations and systems are relatively new, and we can actually adapt much faster. And if this approach works well at the time we join EU, how about we make it Europe-wide? And this is could be potential contribution to the European Union. Because you shouldn't be only receiving end. We should also be on the giving end.
Absolutely. And let me now jump on to member states. The prime ministers of which we have 2 at this panel, Croatia and, of course, our host, Slovenia. And let me turn to you, perhaps, Andrej, first. Ask you, I want to come back to this poison question. And, as Eddie was saying, yes, indeed, inevitably, member states are fundamental. They're there at the beginning of the process, and, of course, they have to be there at the end of the process. But perhaps they're a little bit too much in the way in the middle of the process, right? And that's where a lot of this, I think, poison and bilateralization comes from. Now, both Croatia and, of course, Slovenia, big supporters of enlargement. What is it that your countries could do to make that support, to make that friendship, to make enlargement happen, actually more forceful, more powerful indeed in ensuring that that poison is somehow sucked away from the process?
First of all, thank you once again for the invitation for being here at Bled 20th edition. Thank you, Robert, Madam President, Minister. It's a great pleasure, Commissioner, to be here, I think, 6th time in a row at this opening panel. A few points on enlargement, and then I'll come as someone who has been who is coming from the country that was vaccinated with the poison that you have mentioned. My first point, enlargement has really gone through a revival since Russia's aggression against Ukraine. I think we need to take that truly into account. This is my most important point today for all of us. Second, Juncker said in 2014, no enlargement. Ursula didn't have time in the first mandate. This time, your mission letter looks more optimistic. In last 18 years, only Croatia joined. These are the facts which are sort of sobering in terms of the topic and the priority of the enlargement. Is it really a priority among the European Council members? I'm not so sure. We had a first debate on the European Council level conclusions when I just joined, which was a long time ago, 8 years ago, after I don't know how many years, which means that the heads of the European Union in terms of political leadership were not dealing adequately with the issue. We jointly revived it as of 2018, which is very good. Now it's a common practice to meet the leaders of the Western Balkans region, which was void from 2003 till 2018. These are the facts. But the main point about the enlargement is, of course, the preparation of the candidate countries, the political momentum, that the critical mass of support exists, but the real issue is the decision-making process and the budget. These are the two unspoken critical elements, whether the big countries will allow more smaller states with very modest contribution to the EU budget being allowed to decide when they believe that someone else should have an upper hand, because we all know that the 10 richest member states are financing 80% of the budget. These are the facts. It takes a while until people realize how things really happen, but that's how they happen. And that's why I think the candidate countries should really take a good look at what Germany and France are saying about the decision-making process. These are the consequences of the top jobs game back in 2019. I think it has the biggest and the deepest consequence to the decision-making process of the EU, and I see that not many people are understanding this, but this is the gist of the problem. When it comes to the bilateral issues, well, I'm in Slovenia, I'll be very polite, let's say history is history, but putting bilateral issues into the accession process is not very healthy for the accession process. I'll just say that. We have a current situation with North Macedonia, which is very visible. For those of you who are younger, North Macedonia was more advanced than Croatia when we had the Zagreb summit in 2000. They initialed the association, the stabilization and association agreement on the 24th of November 2000. I was there, so I remember that. And it's been 25 years. They haven't started properly the accession process, and we've been a member for more than 12 years. So a lot of things are ethically unacceptable, but they happen. And I think we should find a common strategy how to avoid this. I think there is a lot of maturity among most of the member states to not to do that, especially the whole QMB concept is being introduced, whether it's for enlargement, whether it's for foreign policy. And then again, you look at the smaller countries. If the QMV is installed, and since not everybody is behaving in the spirit that Antonio mentioned, and we know it, he is now the new master of 27-1 and the chairman's conclusions and all of the diplomatic nuances that we adopt, but that's the way it is. I have the feeling that many countries will never allow the consensus go away because literally they become overnight irrelevant in terms of decision-making process, and that's why this sort of scholarly or theoretical narratives, they just hit the hard reality when it comes to the statement's craft and what one should do and what one can do. So I think we should continue with the healthy and impulses that Marta is saying and help our friends to do the reforms. Unless both conditions are met, that the criteria are really fulfilled and the political momentum is created, there will be no enlargement. Very clear. We know it, and avoid all the poisonous elements as much as possible. Yep. If we behave in a poisonous manner, some countries will never join the European Union, and we are not behaving like that, on the record.
Absolutely. Robert, let me turn to you now, and I think picking up some of the remarks that Andrei was making there, and if I could sort of sum it up, you basically have a situation in which there is, at times, a very small but very active and vocal minority that stands against. And in general, there is a very large majority that is in favour. But that large majority at times, and this is me adding to this, is at times relatively silent. I mean, at times, indeed, enlargement is not as much as a priority as we would like it to be. So the question really to me is not so much what is it that can be done to persuade that very small and vocal minority, but what is it that can be done to make that majority in favour actually make that majority less of an abstract majority and more of an active majority? So what is it that you think member states, including your own, could do?
Okay, first, a big hello from myself as well to all the guests and the public. Many things have already been said, and what Andrei was explaining is how things work behind the scene at the European level. But I believe you're quite right when you say that majority of member states are, I would call them more or less not interested or
neutral.
not interested because it's a nuisance to them to deal with it.
Right.
So that having been said, there is only one path forward. For the candidates, being as proactive as possible, taking both Milojko's and Edi's stance, saying, okay, this is something that we need to do because it's good for our country, it's good for the institution building, it's good for economy, it's good for our self-esteem, whatever. And on the other hand, a lot of proactive moves and steps by commissioners, especially by Marta, in order to make the Europeans, first Commission, but then also European Council, realize that we need to implement some changes. And we need to do them before 27, meaning we don't have much time to start implementing those measures. And it seems, at the first glance, it seems rather straightforward. As what Marta was saying, or maybe Andrei, I'm not remember, okay, there is a political decision at the beginning, and there is obviously a political decision at the end of the negotiations, but in between it should be a meritocracy ruling and the technical process. It doesn't work that way right now. But I don't see any real reason why we cannot revert to this.
Right.
And this is something that will take some convincing, some very hard work by Antonio as well, in order to be possible to implement these decisions. But we've done it in other cases. 26 or 27 minus 1 formula worked in other cases, so it might work in this case as well. So it's doable, but Marta will have to find not just against the wind of poisoners, but also against the wind of ignorance by many others who are not really willing to go into the changes of the decision-making process. But still, it's doable, and Marta is, I know, she really lives for this work. She's doing, and she lives for results as well. So I think the enlargement process is in very good hands. The other good thing is that even though it comes from not so happy circumstances, is that after the Russian aggression on Ukraine, even though in war, they are really implementing all these institutional changes really fast. So they are not giving European Commission any excuse when they ask for speeding up the accession process. And it's going to be real hard to say no to people in war if and when they really fulfill all the conditions.
Yeah.
And this is the window for the Western Balkans. We spoke about it 2 years ago with Charles Michel here, that the window has been opened. So it's really more or less now or never, because afterward, I really believe in 5 years it's going to be closed again. And there is another major change, and not that we are introducing it here, but we are just pinpointing it right now. In the past, mostly it was all the Western Balkans at once, because there are some big countries that we shall never leave behind. Okay, that was the narrative of the past. I truly believe that the big countries will follow only when they see small countries succeed. Unless we let those who have the merits succeed, the big countries will not change at all. So that's why we decided that for this forum...
Montenegro is the biggest country and is changing all the time.
That has already been ascertained.
That has been cleared already. Who is the biggest? Yeah.
How many ethnicities they have? They are huge.
So I believe they could be an inspiration to everyone else to follow suit. Yeah, I believe they're in good hands, and looking forward for 2 years from now to announce the results. That
we are putting pressure on them. Thank you, Robert, for this, and Andrei, because really, the glass for me is not half, it's nearly full, because it is a priority. Perhaps we do not show everything to the outside world, but we are working really much quicker, even if we sometimes cannot move in the Council. Antonio, from the technical part, we are moving. In the last 8 months, we have opened more clusters than in the last 5 years, and closed more chapters than in the last 10 years. We will open 2 clusters more for Albania this year, so we already agreed with Eddie that we will celebrate first in Brussels and then next year with a football match between candidate countries and member states in Tirana, and the president of UEFA will play with us, and perhaps some others too. Then, of course, with Montenegro, and now with your help, thank you for this, Andrei, we are advancing, and it is possible, you know, if we finish in 2026 with the technical part of the negotiations, then in 2028 we could get the 28th member of the EU. If Eddie will do it as he is doing now excellently in 2029, we could have the 29th new member of the EU, and then it's shortly 30, but then my mandate is at the end. So I don't have enough time anymore, just 4 years more. So I have to
hurry up.
Yeah. But may I, if I just add, I was speaking about the leadership and how is this really, you know, for me, yes, I am goal-oriented. That's why we made an Eurobarometer on enlargement. Tomorrow we will publish all the results. The citizens of Albania support the EU membership by 92%.
We are loyal people, you know. We supported the Ottoman Empire by 92%. We supported the Soviet Union by 92%. We supported Maoist China by 92%, and now EU. And our best is that even when they fail, we are with them until someone else comes. So when you will fail, we'll say no. We are EU. Full stop.
Know, Eddie,
like the Japanese soldier in the forest.
When you told me a few months back that more than 90% are supporting, I thought, gosh, you know, you're going back to the communist times. But now we have the proof, and it is nearly 70% in Montenegro. What I want to say, if people do not believe and the leaders do not speak about how important this is and what it has to be done, you cannot get that much support for the EU membership. And you got it in Croatia, we got it in Slovenia. And from this aspect, really, it's not about the benchmarks. I agree, Antonio, with you and with the clusters and chapters. It is really about the leadership on both sides.
But hang on a sec.
No, I don't hang on because I am here to speak. You are here to moderate.
Yeah, I have to moderate you.
Moderate, okay. No, I just wanted to add something, but moderate.
Okay, I'll moderate you and give you the word in a moment. In fact, I wanted to ask...
I'm indulging just because we were your vassals once upon a time.
There you go. That's right. That's the real reason they chose me. But I wanted to ask Andrei, and in fact you Eddie, because your remarks, although they were not intended to do so, but they sparked a thought in my head. And that thought in my head is that as we meet here in Bled, others are meeting in China. And there is a different order, if you like, in the making, right? And there's a love fest going on as we speak between Putin and Xi and Modi and several other mostly rather unsavory characters. And so it's not as if this conversation is happening in a vacuum. I mean, it's not as if we will have forever. That window will be closing, and it risks closing even sooner than 4 years unless we actually do speed up. And so, Andrei, I wanted to kind of perhaps come to you and ask you to reflect and kind of put this discussion within that broader geopolitical context. And also, what is it that can be done in order to send the message to our own populations, be it in member states or be it, Eddie, in candidate countries, American candidate countries, that actually this is a region that can add to the security of Europe?
I fully agree with you that the world that we were living in a couple of years ago has so rapidly changed, and I would say irretrievably changed. This is the key new element when you look at the NATO Hague Summit decision commitment to 5% by 2035. Would have been unthought of a couple of years ago because everything was settled. We were sort of gliding towards the welfare state, and then there was a wake-up call in 2013-14, and then 2022 with Putin basically showing his cards and even showing them again after Alaska and after Washington. I think we need to be realistic. The attacks are going on Ukraine, and nothing has moved an inch towards some sort of concept of pursuing peace, so as to be very precise. The new alliances which are being forged by the biggest, largest, most numerous and economically very influential powers, not to mention nuclear powers, is critically important for the West. I mean, we are still in the phase after the United States presidential elections, in the phase of consolidating the transatlantic relationship, which is bumpy. Bumpy in security, bumpy in defense, bumpy in terms of multilateralism, bumpy in terms of respecting the international law, and bumpy in terms of trade relations, especially with the tariffs that are on the agenda. So the West, since we are all, the West needs a consolidation. The slower the enlargement, the more influential other actors will become in all of the countries of the Western Balkans. We are all being polite, but when you look at the harsh political reality, you have North Macedonia blocked, you have Serbia under more than 2 years of biggest and strongest and the most serious internal unrests and demonstrations at the verge of the civil war. Bosnia and Herzegovina with Dodik overstretching for years whether he will separate or not, hop, he's out. This is where we are today with Banjska that left without a serious remark or articulation back in 23 by anybody in the European Union. We pretended it didn't happen. These are the realities of where we are. So I think we should be really sober about the enlargement and the changing global context. I'm very much in favor of the enlargement. I think all the countries are doing a fair share of effort to join, but they need to stabilize politically. The numbers of political support are not enough. We also had big support before we joined. If I went now to a referendum, 50-50. 50-50. The narratives have changed. There are so many false information that is being spread around, and people, unfortunately, in the context of the technological revolution, tend to trust false information quite a bit. So it's a perennial battle for us to win the narratives, and we should also be realistic. This is part of the enlargement. The other are Ukraine and Moldova, both under active or frozen conflicts, both under war or occupation of part of their territory. This is where we are. These are the two closest to Cyprus situation that we have had, except that the ongoing Russian aggression is still there. So the topic is important, but it's so strained with all of these elements that we have to be realistic. One thing we have learned through our enlargement is we need to be very realistic.
Eddie.
Very realistic. Oh, sorry, it's stronger than me now because he mentioned Alaska, and as I am haunted by something I told here about Putin and the time zones, it got in my mind something new about Putin's waste biological bag. You know about it, right? That wherever he goes, he has a waste biological bag to collect and bring home. And the reason why is because he collects proof that wherever he lands was historically Russia. Understand? So I want to go back 1 second to the joke, to the half joke and half truth about our 92% historically, because it's true. But in the same time, it was never our choice. So we were fully in with all empires, and the first empire that we have embraced because of our choice is European Union. And we are very devoted to it. And by the way, I don't think there is another country so far in Europe where you can have a campaign and you can run an election exactly on that, on the EU. And the reason why we won big this time, I think, was very much connected to the EU pledge. and to the call for all the people to gather around the flag and bring the flag in EU. Now, I was before in another room and in another talk, and someone from Slovenia said to me, "You are doing great, but be careful for what you wish, because we are in EU and it's not going well for us." And I told them, listen, you are in such a good place in Slovenia that if we go through the list of things you have and we would wish to have, it's huge.
Are you absolutely
sure? But there is one thing in the list where we beat you, which is optimism. You are quite depressed here, you know? And, you know, because it's so perfect, it's so beautiful, and you are really scared that who touches something will do something wrong, you know? While in Albania, there are so many things we need to continue to improve and to adjust that is just the drive. And secondly, to your question about what happened in China, here comes the part that has nothing to do with our negotiations, but has to do with me as a European, free European. I believe that Europe should have been there. So I believe that Europe should be everywhere where the world meets. And Europe should give up on Europe. It's not just Europe, it was the whole collective West until a while, since the change happened in America, but should give up on trying to impose to the others its own way of living. What we need to do is to protect our way of living from the others, but not to select friends and to select whomever we want to talk with based on their ways of living. So it's because yes, and by the way, I represent a country that fully stands with Ukraine, and the only country, I believe, in Europe that since the fall of the Berlin Wall never had a visit to Russia or never had a guest from Russia. So nobody can say that I have any kind of confusion in my mind, but I believe that Europe should not wait from the other side of the ocean what's next with the peace plan. Europe is first and foremost peace, is culture of peace, is peace and culture. So, of course, we have to defend ourselves. Of course, we have to improve our defense. Of course, we should not rely on others. But how comes that we don't have yet a plan? And what we wait? You know, we wait for what? For the next move. So, Viktor Orban, you know, is a very controversial figure, good friend. I appreciate a lot Antonio. I appreciate a lot Victor. I appreciate a lot of this gentleman here. And I don't base my appreciation on how much I agree or don't agree with someone, but how deep the conversation goes. And when he mentioned ceasefire some time ago, he was treated like a pest. He was treated like you know, like the waste biological bag, you know. And when suddenly someone else on the other side of the ocean mentions ceasefire, suddenly Europe discovers that there is also ceasefire. But it's too late. It's too late. Nobody is going to fall for it. Now what we are waiting? We are waiting that someone else finds something else, and then we find ourselves in front of a fait accompli, and we become isolated even more from others. And to conclude, a very dear friend of all of us, I believe, from another country out of Europe, in the Middle East, asked me, have you counted how many friends you had before the war and how many you have since the war? And this is a question that we have to make, because we don't have any reason to not be proactive with all the forces that are out there, and to not have our own, like Antonio said, very rightly so, our own deals, our own communication. And when it comes to the enlargement, it's not, it's not really, what enlargement is to get Montenegro in. Even if Albania gets Montenegro in, it's not enlarged. It's practically from very small to too small. So what enlargement is to get Albania in? What enlargement? What enlargement? We both are like, I don't know.
Our houses.
So...
get on with it.
So
is the message.
But if EU enlarges with us, it gets stronger. It gets more compact. Why? Because it doesn't leave a part of the body open for viruses, for microbes, for assaults, for infections, and so on. Exactly. And this is the point. So if tomorrow things go in a different direction, this will be a wound open in the middle of Europe. While if we are in, we are simply, closing a space where from a very little space it can become a big problem. And we are the only reality in the history of geography, I believe, that I'm talking wrong like an Italian.
I have to prove you wrong, see?
So we are the only reality in the history of geography who have two borders. I mean, the European Union has two borders. One outside border, like everyone else, and one inside border. And within the inside border is me and him, Now, what enlargement? Close this, get rid of this inside border. Single market, we entering a single market will be China or Japan threatening Europe. Bring us in.
Thank you, Eddie.
And we bring some fun. We bring some fun, some optimism, some youth, some desire for life.
Okay, we got it.
Happy marriage, Prime Minister.
I'm on a mission here to prove that you are wrong, not in what you just said, but in the fact that I'm an Italian moderator and you're a Balkan panel. I'm on a mission to prove you wrong, right? And so,
prove me wrong.
As in, not on what you just said, but on the fact that we have to end on time. And so, let me end with
I can prove myself wrong all the time.
A final question to Milojko and to Robert, and it's a very short and crispy one. Tell me one thing, just one thing, which you could point to when we meet again in 1 year. Here we are in a situation in which it's not a 50-50, glass half full, half empty, let's say it's a 2/3.
No, I don't accept 50-50, so make it 70-30.
Okay, 70-30? I want it to have an 80 or 85 next year. What is the one thing that should be done, can be done, and that you will do to make sure that we get to that 80-85% by next year? Milojko.
Sorry, 80-85% of what?
Of the glass being half full. Meeting the Bled Pledge.
An attack from Russia to Montenegro will do it.
And I want it in 30 seconds.
Then we have a third world war, as Trump once said. Actually, getting Montenegro into NATO was one of his concerns in his first mandate. I'm joking. But it's
because he doesn't know the size of Montenegro. This is the problem.
No. He's probably very well aware of the size of Montenegro. But it's, I think, the economy. Going back to the basics, guys, the economy is all. It's how are we going to pay for defense? How are we going to pay for many other things? How are we going to keep the political support?
Why you don't even need defense? If you are all occupied, you are occupied.
No, hang on. We need a distinctly, I would say, different and better story on the economy by
connecting the economy and real life of the citizens with all the geostrategic approach that we need to do. Like, we need the real. The people have to see the economy improving. This is the key.
Last word.
You want a realistic answer?
Yeah, but an optimistic, realistic answer.
Okay, the optimistic is they're going to close a record-breaking number of chapters in the next 12 months. You all and they mostly. And Antonio will find a way how to reshape the decision-making process in order to bring them to the final decision on whether they can get in or not. Unfortunately, realistically, it's going to take 2 years.
Okay, I can live with that. I can live with that. And being just, Eddie, 10 seconds late, I think that Ali will be back here to tell us what we have to do. Please join me in thanking this absolutely fantastic panel.
Thank you.
You see how much he misses me. Look.
I do miss you, Prime Minister.
Yeah,
it's always good to see you. Next year, perhaps we'll be back on stage together, Prime Ministers, Commissioners. First of all, thank you so much for a very thoughtful and very thought-provoking discussion. Hopefully, at the very latest, in 2 years of time, we'll have these two gentlemen here as full-fledged members of the European Union. Thank you, Natalie, for your moderation, for finishing on time. Ladies and gentlemen, before I let our esteemed panelists go and leave those uncomfortable chairs, let me just point out very quickly before we take a quick break, please don't stray too far because we have another highlight for you, a one-on-one with EU High Representative Kaja Kallas, where perhaps many of the issues that you have laid forth will be picked up again. Prime Ministers, Commissioner Natalie, thank you so much. This is your applause. Much appreciated.
Good enough.
Thank you.
No. Everyone, please take your seats. We are here once again at the 20th anniversary of the Bled Strategic Forum. And I think I speak for all here when I say this has been a very powerful, very moving, very thought-provoking opening of the 20th anniversary of the Bled Strategic Forum. And we're going to continue in style. Very, very delighted to welcome to the stage a woman who is very much at the forefront of shaping EU foreign policy. Delighted to have her with us here at Bled today. Ladies and gentlemen, the EU High Representative and Vice President of the European Commission, Kaja Kallas, ladies and gentlemen. High Representative, wonderful to have you with us here in Bled. Not surprisingly, we're going to start this conversation with Ukraine. You have, of course, built a very strong reputation as a strong voice on Ukraine, and your unwavering support for Ukraine has actually earned you a spot on the Kremlin's wanted list. 3.5 years into this war, you speak to your counterparts, you speak to 27 EU foreign ministers. 3.5 years into it, do you see signs of war fatigue among EU member states?
Of course I see signs of war fatigue amongst our public, and this is very, very understandable. At the same time, we don't have war, so why are we tired of the war as we are not fighting the bombs every day? But I see absolute resolve amongst the European countries still. Also European leaders being together with President Zelensky in the White House and really delivering the messages, reading Putin and his actions the way they're presented. So even if we are over 3 years into this war, then our unity still stands.
Yeah, you were just attending a meeting of EU foreign ministers in Copenhagen, and you're saying the resounding feedback that you're getting is we are still very firmly behind Ukraine 3.5 years into this war.
No, this is true, and this is reflected by our actions as well. I mean, we are working on the 19th package of sanctions regarding what more can we do to pressure Russia, because everybody understands that this is the only thing that Putin really takes seriously. Why he wanted to have this meeting in Alaska was to really postpone the sanctions threat that was coming from United States. So he really doesn't want the sanctions. And if we look the effects on Russian economy, we see that the sanctions really work. Yes, of course, we need to do more because the war is still going on, but the economy is not doing well.
Yeah, interestingly enough, you say amongst the deciders, amongst the politicians, amongst the leaders, you don't detect a war fatigue, perhaps amongst the European public a bit. Interestingly enough, there's a very recent Gallup poll, which you, I'm sure, are very familiar with, which states that 69% of Ukrainians want a negotiated end to the war as soon as possible, as opposed to 24% who want to continue fighting until victory. So war fatigue is not just a European issue. Clearly, it's also very relevant and pertinent amongst the Ukrainian public.
I mean, this is, they are living under bombs every day. 3.5 years under bombs. You want this to stop. Recently I read a book by Eric Larson, The Splendid and the Vile. It's about Churchill and his family under the bombardment of Nazis and the London bombardment. And also the parallels that we have today with this is really, very much the parallels are there. And it is showing very well how people, of course, you can't sleep. Your friends are getting killed. Every family is affected. Everything. I mean, of course, you're tired. You want this war to stop, and of course, Europeans want this war to stop as well. But what we want is that this is stopped for good, not that there's a pause, so that Russia can gather itself and then move on a larger scale, like we did, or like we saw with the Minsk agreements, and then the attacks that came later on. So that is what we want. And I didn't say that there is no fatigue amongst the leaders. There is still, I mean, they are all democratically elected leaders, and of course, democratically elected leaders are bound to the public's opinion as well, and very much tied to what the public is feeling.
Of course, they have to take the temperature at the end of the day of what the public wants. Interestingly enough, coinciding with these numbers I've just shared, there are diplomatic efforts now underway, very much led by Washington, very much led by the US President Donald Trump. How do you evaluate Donald Trump's diplomatic efforts up until now?
Everybody welcomes the diplomatic efforts made by President Trump. It's just the problem is that Putin is mocking those attempts. Everybody else is welcoming because the Europeans want peace, Ukrainians want peace, and Americans want peace. Who doesn't want peace is Putin. So it takes at least two to want peace. It only takes one to want war. And as long as Russia still wants war, there's no peace.
Yeah, it's very clear that US President Trump is not pursuing first and foremost ceasefire. Instead, he's trying to push Ukrainians to give up territories as part of a future peace deal. That's something you called a trap that we as Europeans should not fall into. What exactly did you mean?
This is the classical Russian negotiation tactic. So, like pushing this, presenting demands, threats, using force for something that has never been yours. And by the way, in these negotiations, they are also demanding territories that they haven't even conquered militarily. So, like, we are making a compromise as we are settling for those territories that we have militarily conquered. So why is it a trap? It is because everybody's starting to talk about what Ukraine should give up. And saying, of course, it's up to Zelensky to decide what territories they are willing to give up. But then, you know, it really misses the point that Russia hasn't made any concessions, and they are the aggressor here. So they haven't made any concessions while everybody's talking about what Ukraine should give away, and that's a trap.
Would you want the US president to be tougher on Vladimir Putin?
If we would all be tougher on Putin, then this war would be over.
But specifically the President of the United States, because at the end of the day, he is, whether we like it or not, he's currently leading those negotiations. He's pursuing his plan.
Well, we have heard that President Trump is not a very patient man. He seems to be very patient with Putin, though. So, yes, I think if we all would do more, then we could deprive Russia of the funds to wage this war. That's why we are trying to find new ways of really what could we sanction so that they can't, circumvent. And I welcome also the decision by United States on the secondary sanctions, which is, helping Russia to gain from the profits of oil. Selling over the oil price gap.
High Representative, am I mistaken when I say that Europe clearly is the largest contributor to Ukraine, but when it comes to negotiations, when it comes to looking for an end to this war, it seems to be playing a rather secondary role. Europe is not setting the agenda here, let's be clear.
No, it's not true. I mean, any deal has to have approval of Ukrainians as well as Europeans, because any deal has to be implemented by Europeans or Ukrainians. So if we are not part, so that this deal would just not work. Yes, like we are not directly negotiating with Putin because we saw it already before that doesn't bring much result because the pressure hasn't put Putin in a place where he actually wants peace. So we see that and we work on that track, and if there comes a moment where actually Russia is in that position that they also want peace, like really want peace, not only in words but also in deeds, what we don't see, then we can also discuss those points.
But if I understand you correctly, you're saying there cannot be a peace solution without the contribution or rather involvement of the Europeans. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just try to think about this in practical terms, not in theory, but in practical terms. So there is something agreed on whatever level, and then, but the things are happening in Europe. So this war is in Ukraine, and all these security issues are concerning Europe. So how would that really work in practice? If there's a deal that, for example, I'm just playing with the thought. So if Americans agree with Russia on anything, but then Europeans and Ukrainians say that okay, that's fine, but we still keep supporting Ukraine so that they can defend themselves. So how does that work?
Now, let's see if the U.S. president sees it the same way. At the end of the day, there was this famous, or by now perhaps infamous, photo in the Oval Office of key European leaders sitting around the desk, listening to the U.S. president. Some described it as sitting like school kids. It's bad optics, isn't it?
Well, yes, we are living in times of optics, aren't we? But I think what is important is that those leaders also or President Trump has an ear for those leaders. And if he has an ear for those leaders, they can also, deliver all these messages. What they did also in Washington. So even if the pictures look like this, I think the outcome was very clear.
Yeah, you have called repeatedly for robust and credible security guarantees, of course, for Ukrainians. Interestingly enough, Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen says the EU has a very precise plan to send troops post-conflict to Ukraine with the backing of the United States.
When we talk about European Union, then we have to separate two things. One is the member states that are really deciding who sends troops. Member states, it's not the European Union competence. Everybody agrees or decides on their troops. But the European level issue, what we can bring to the security guarantees is that we have a military mission, training now over 80,000 Ukrainian soldiers. And as we have said, the strongest security guarantee is a strong Ukrainian army. Second, we have a civilian mission, which is helping the police and border guard and all of this. We can expand those mandates so that they can help Ukraine more. And the third is the support to Ukraine defense industry. So these are the European Union level issues, what we can bring to the security guarantees and what we have also emphasized. But when it comes to troops, then all the member states are deciding themselves. And of course, these discussions are ongoing in the coalition of the willing.
Yeah, there seems to be positive signs coming from Washington that the U.S. will be involved in some form of security guarantees. But the U.S. president is known to have changed the stance once or twice.
That's true, but this is the room where we operate. So we hope that this stays, and the discussions are actually very practical. What does that really mean? What the Americans are saying, that Europeans should have a lion's share of the security guarantees. So it is a bit chicken and egg issue when we have the discussions. For example, on Friday we had with defense ministers of Europe, and some are saying that we are only coming if there is American backstop, but the Americans are saying that we are coming if you are providing the main. So we have to get everything ready on the decision making levels so that we are ready if those security guarantees are really needed. But I want to emphasize that we are not there because Putin clearly does not want peace.
Yeah, and speaking of Putin, there was talks that there may be direct talks between President Zelensky and President Putin with attendance of the US president. Those talks seem to be off for the time being. Rather unlikely, isn't it?
Well, President Zelensky agreed to this already like seven or more months ago, but since then Putin is just playing games, so he's definitely just mocking the peace efforts. And that's why we don't also see practically any signs that they are preparing for peace, rather the opposite. They are preparing for more war. We have winter coming. We see that they are preparing attacks on civilian infrastructure, energy infrastructure, to cause as much pain as possible. And that's why we need to prepare as well.
You've already mentioned that Europe is preparing for its 19th sanctions package, but of course it must be approved unanimously by EU countries. Hungary might be proving a stumbling block as it has in previous years. And you've also talked in Copenhagen about granting Ukraine billions of euros of aid from frozen Russian assets, also something that the Hungarians are not looking warmly upon. How are you going to break the Hungarian blockade here?
Well, first, we have 18 packages of sanctions where Hungarians are also on board, so we should not forget that. Of course, every time is hard. It's very hard discussions. It's getting harder all the time. I don't deny that. But they're still on board. When it comes to the frozen assets, then we had a very frank and open discussion with the ministers. And there are legal issues, there are worries for those countries who have a large share of those issues. So I think what is important right now is to really think about the exit strategy. Because again, if there is any kind of peace agreement in place, then we can't possibly imagine, and we have a European Council decision saying that those assets cannot be returned unless Russia pays compensation for the damages. So we need to work on the day after and the exit strategy, because we can't possibly imagine that all these damages that Russia is causing by bombing Ukraine will be paid by our taxpayers. It should be Russia who pays.
Moving forward and looking forward, High Representative, is there a clear EU position on what a politically acceptable end to the war in Ukraine looks like? Or are you essentially outsourcing this decision to Kiev and Washington?
Well, Kiev is under attack. Europe is not. So it is up to them to say. And otherwise, we would be also in this position where we are actually talking for Ukraine. But I think in every war, we have to have a strategy, and that strategy has to be, really that Ukraine wins this war. Otherwise, you don't always win wars, but you never win them if you don't set victory as a goal.
If US President Donald Trump does get a peace deal, would you favor nominating him for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Fortunately, I'm not the one who is making those applications. So.
You can nominate. Everybody's free to nominate.
I understand there are plenty of people who have done that already, so fine.
Well, but from what I'm gathering, peace is still far away off from what I'm gathering from your remarks.
Well, it's not only remarks. Look at the news. So
the reality on the ground.
The reality that Putin is not preparing for peace, but for more war.
Yeah. Let's turn to what that you perceive to be fair.
Well, this is true that we haven't been united on the Middle East and on Gaza. This is, huge frustration that we have not been able. And why? Because we have 27 member states, and when it's regarding Ukraine, we have a common position, whereas regarding what is happening in the Middle East, we have countries, different reasons, some historical reasons, some other reasons, and I'm pushing all the time very hard, because I also feel that it's credibility of the European Union, that it's at stake, that we have to be, unified in this response. But what I don't agree is that we haven't been active. I think if you look globally, we are the most active on that file. We are constantly pressuring Israel. We are the biggest givers of humanitarian aid. We are the biggest supporters of Palestinian Authority. 1.6 billion euros we are giving to Palestinian Authority from 2025 to 27, so next 2 years. We are the ones keeping the two-state solution alive, and many member states are doing very good work on this. So there are positions where we are unified. First, immediate ceasefire and release of all hostages. Second, humanitarian aid must not be politicized, has to reach people. That's why we have worked on the humanitarian aid, understanding how many trucks could go in and how many border crossings open. And it is true that there is improvement, but I also agree that it's not enough. And it's super frustrating for me that we can't really deliver decisions here, really to react, because we don't have a common position. We even don't have a qualified majority on the proposals that we have made. And, personally, of course, I'm hearing all these things. I mean, coming here, you also hear the protests and everything, and this is not easy, because I share the frustration that we are doing as much as we can, but it's not enough, because this humanitarian catastrophe is still ongoing. So I continue to work with the member states to have a common position, but so far it has been no
unified position here. Clearly no cohesive position on the part of the EU when it comes to Gaza and Israel. Do you feel, like some do, that the EU, because of its ambiguous stance here, has lost the moral credibility, that it has been damaged, that when you as a high representative go to other countries and try to tell them about values, about human rights, that perhaps the EU position is no longer taken serious?
No, this is not true. I mean, usually when I go to these international fora, and I know this Gaza thing always comes up. So what I do before I go, I take out the numbers. For example, I was in ASEAN. So going to ASEAN, all the ASEAN members and very big countries in terms of population, some richer, some less rich, but a lot of people at least there. So I know that this accusation comes. Yeah. So what I do, I take the numbers of the humanitarian aid, of the support for Palestinian Authority, and then compare them. And for example, when I say that humanitarian aid, we have been given over 500 million euros, 1.6 billion to Palestinian Authority to keep the Palestinian state alive and two-state solution, and ASEAN at the same time 40 million for the whole of ASEAN. So I always say this, that if you accuse us of double standards, you should also put your money where your mouth is, because we are really, really trying. And I'm not using this as an excuse. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do more. Yes, we should, because the situation is catastrophic. But it is just that we are also, I don't take this accusation that we are inactive, that we don't care, that we don't do anything.
Yeah. Your predecessor, Josep Borrell, has accused, though, the EU institutions of inaction over Gaza, and he has accused Israel of committing genocide. Your predecessor, Josep Borrell. Is that a terminology that you would subscribe to? Over the summer, and actually quite long time, to improve the situation on the ground. That was the agreement with the foreign ministers, where everybody agreed that we have to help the people on the ground with humanitarian aid, so that there wouldn't be famine, so that people would get help and everything. That requires me to talk to the Israelis.
And that's why I have to talk to both sides. I talk to the Palestinians, I talk to the Israelis, and I do this with the mandate of 27 member states.
What are the Israelis telling you?
Well, with the humanitarian understanding, we reached a point where, compared to some months ago, there is more trucks getting in. There are more border crossings open than before. They have repaired the electricity and water pipelines.
But there seems to be no visible improvement on the ground.
Yes, it is not enough. That I'm telling you, it's not enough. But we have still achieved something. I agree, it's not enough, but it's something. So without really talking to them all the time, without pressuring, for example, the international NGOs, I mean, they wanted to have, this 9 of September, basically all those kicked out. So we managed to call this off. And with the Israeli government, it's extremely difficult. And my frustration comes also from the fact that we are not successful enough. But are we then more successful if we don't talk to them, considering that Israelis' relation with the American administration is totally different, and Americans have the leverage over what Israel does or doesn't more than us. So we try to help on the humanitarian track.
Yeah,
and I agree with you, it's not enough.
Yeah, and you certainly pointed out that there is a lack of cohesion when it comes to the European position in Gaza. You made that very clear. A group of 8 EU countries, led by France and including our host country here today, Slovenia, of course, have said that they will formally recognize a Palestinian state at the upcoming UN General Assembly this month. What do you make? What do you think of the current momentum to recognize Palestine? Are you in favor of that?
It is up to the member states to decide. It's their decision, because the European Union is not recognizing anybody.
The U.S. High Representative support that?
But my question is, that doesn't mean, that doesn't matter really what I think or don't think, because it doesn't
you're the
change.
EU High Representative.
But that's why I'm representing 27, also those who don't recognize Palestine. And that is the difficulty of my position here. So what I'm just, again, keeping in mind, will it stop the killing? Probably not, but it will keep the two-state solution alive. Again, Europe is the stronger supporter, and everybody is on board for the two-state solution. So in order to have two states, you need to have a Palestinian state that is stronger and equal to have this level.
Just 2 quick questions before we move on. There's obviously an international warrant for Prime Minister Netanyahu's arrest by the ICC. In your opinion, as the EU High Representative, but also Vice President of the European Commission, should EU heads of state continue to meet and receive Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Yeah, again, it's up to them to decide, but they should keep to their international arrangements and agreements that they are subject to. So if international law is like it is, so that gives you the question, the answer.
Yeah, but certainly your frustration that you have shared with us very transparently is very felt. You've mentioned that Israel, of course, has a very different relationship with the United States, and that brings me in the remaining time also to transatlantic ties, US-EU ties, very important, of course. How would you currently characterize the current state of EU-US relations under Donald Trump? The EU has agreed, obviously, to 15% tariffs on EU exports to the US, a deal that some critics have said give the impression of weakness and submission to Donald Trump. What do you make of this?
Well, United States is still our greatest ally in terms of, and also biggest trading partner. We have been very clear that we think that the trade wars, nobody benefits from the trade wars, really. We didn't want this, like all the rest of the not European, but also globally, the countries don't want the trade wars. I think eventually clients, customers, people will end up paying more. which is not good. So definitely our relationship with the Americans is in change because of the new administration, but we are still very strong allies. Have we always seen eye to eye in everything before? That's also not true. So what is important that we still stand for our interest as well.
And Europe, of course, in this context, still very much heavily depends on NATO and the US for hard security, of course. So that's a almost indispensable relationship for the time being, at least until the EU actually figures out how to put the terminology of strategic autonomy into reality.
Working on that. If you think about all the initiatives and really the boost and the additional funds that come into also boosting European defense industry so that we would be more independent. And there's a lot of work done. And by the way, again, you know, the book that I referred previously, what was interesting was also how the Brits were building up or boosting their airplane industry during this time when they were bombing. So there was Lord Beaverbrook, who was Minister of Airplane Production. And really, and I was reading this and thinking that, if they managed to do that during, being under bombardment and everything, and as Ukrainians are managing to do this, drone production and everything under bombardment, then we can also do it on the European level. So even in this book, there was a description how the Germans were really surprised that they should surrender now. How come they still have airplanes and they should surrender? They didn't. I think, again, the parallel is when it comes to Ukraine is that, Russians are also quite surprised that they should already surrender, but they are not.
We are, of course, in Slovenia here today. The very first panel of the day focused on the Western Balkans and EU enlargement. Specifically, High Representative, you wrote yourself, quote, "The Western Balkans is of strategic importance to the EU. Enlargement to this region is our most significant geopolitical project, and it is also a personal priority for me."
Yes.
You feel strongly about it, about EU enlargement? I feel very strongly,
and I must say also that Commissioner Marta Koss is doing a great job, is really dedicated, and I think we are a good team in this, and I really do believe that with this hard work we can show results in this 5 years that we are in office, that we can move with the enlargement so that actually, we put also the enlargement in action.
Yeah, the preceding panel here spoke about the possibility perhaps that within the next couple of years, Montenegro and Albania becoming full-fledged EU members. Is that something you would support?
Yes, they are quite far, and as it is a merit-based process, then we really need to move on. And also all the worries that we have on the European side, I always try to bring the examples that actually it's also in our interest that the Western Balkans are with us, but also in terms of prosperity. I bring this example. When Estonia, 4 years before we joined the European Union, our GDP per capita was 36% of the European average. When we joined, then it was 48% of the European average, and now it is close to 90% of the European average, which means that, the tide lifts all the boats, and together, actually, we are much stronger. We need to work on that internal market because that is also giving us economic power that raises our geopolitical influence.
Yeah, we're almost out of time, but I do want to get in the EU relations with the Global South, for lack of a better term. When we talk about the Global South, obviously we're talking about 3.5 billion people. That's 45% of the global population and 30% of the world economy. We just had a very momentous, very interesting meeting in China, where China came together with India, saying we're no longer rivals, we're partners. Vladimir Putin, of course, was there. Lukashenko from Belarus was there. the party that wasn't there was Europe and the Western world. Aren't we invited?
Well, not to that party, but we are invited to a lot of other parties, including with those partners.
Well, that's a pretty important party.
But no, it is. I mean, for example, India, is also looking for way to diversify its trade portfolio. We have, like, say, 73 countries that really we are working with having trade agreements. Because what this trade war globally brought about was that everybody were looking for, partners to diversify. And we are the credible and reliable partner for most of the countries. We might be boring, we might be, it takes time when we take decisions, but when we take those decisions, we are not running European Union by executive orders, which means that those decisions stay in place, and we are a reliable partner.
The reason why I ask this, of course, and that's my last question before we wrap it up here, is because those very important, very powerful nations are creating facts there in China. They're coming together. They're building alliances without a Western presence. The Europe's role and influence in a multipolar world.
But again, we are also building alliances, and we are there, in different fora. And I've said to the foreign ministers as well, European foreign ministers, that we need to be in all those big fora where actually we need to combat also the narratives that are against European Union.
But we so often do not speak with a unified voice internationally. You said it yourself.
Well, on most of the issues we actually do speak on a unified voice, but some very big issues we don't have a unified voice. But that doesn't change the fact that actually we are a very big economic player, and countries are still want to engage with us. And also when it comes to security and defense, yes, we are not the traditional security provider, but still, again, the countries are interested in diversifying their portfolio with a partner like European Union that is trustworthy.
So you're a firm believer that the EU is still capable of shaping the international order and not just being merely a bystander?
Yes.
Yeah, so very clear. High Representative and the Vice President of the European Commission, I thank you for this frank discussion. Let's hope on Ukraine, on Gaza, that better times are ahead. This is your applause. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
ready is not even ready. So I would put to you that we're now facing a big challenge, that there's talk of some kind of peace, but actually whatever vehicle is sitting in the garage, a prototype for peace, there isn't even a door, there isn't even a key to open the door at the moment, and that's what we want to try and define in these in the next hour before 5:30. So let me invite, we have 7 guests, all of whom have deep experience in Russia and also in Ukraine and also more broadly as well on issues. I would put to you that there is one thing in war theory about you only really get peace, as we've seen with the Dayton Agreement in 1995 here. You only get peace when there's weariness among all the parties. And at the moment, I'd put to you, that is not the case. Let me now invite up the 7 guests. First of all, Baiba Brajep, who is the Foreign Minister of Latvia. Until recently, was the Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy at NATO. Welcome. And also a former ambassador to the United Kingdom. She remembers Brexit, but we're not talking about that. Secondly, Alexander Mishenko, welcome. He is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. And the reason why Alexander is coming up here now is because of the... Nice to see you. Is because of the challenge that he set out to me and his office set out to me before he left Kyiv. He said, what factors are holding back our collective efforts? This question, he says, requires frank discussion. And that's what we want to do for the next hour. Thirdly, Zeki Gumrukcu, who is the Turkish Deputy Foreign Minister, welcome. We want to find out from Turkey what kind of level of negotiation, what kind of level of contact is already underway. Is there any kind of framework for peace? Ramila Shekhinadze, welcome. Ex-Defense Minister of North Macedonia, but is now Deputy Secretary General of NATO. Welcome. Important here is that both the Deputy Secretary General and the Foreign Minister of Latvia were in Copenhagen last Friday. So that's insight as well to build on what the High Representative was talking about this big meeting which was taking place there. Rafael Grossi, who is the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Nice to see you again. We will need to hear the vulnerabilities that there are still right across the war zone and why some kind of peace deal or some kind of cessation of hostilities is so vital. Bill Browder. Welcome, Bill. Nice to see you. Why is that important? Because Bill has a very difficult relationship with Moscow, going back to the early 2000s, particularly in 2005, when he was made essentially persona non grata. So we want an insight into how we understand the Russian psychology. And finally, Vojko Volk, who is State Secretary here in Slovenia. And an important... Good to see you. Good to see you too. And one of the important reasons why Volko is with us is because he was involved in the prison swap which took place in the middle of last year and understands how the Russians negotiate. So we have a variety of ideas and a variety of perspectives, but the overall question is about Ukraine. Are we on a long road to peace? Can peace even happen? Or are we heading for a stalemate of some kind like North and South Korea or something like that? But we don't really want to talk about it. Remember, Dayton took 3 years to negotiate before they got to Dayton itself, when it took about 3 months. These peace agreements take a long time. I'm going to be sitting here, but the reason I'm sitting here and with a swing chair is I want to bring others of you among the audience into the discussion after about half an hour. So think of what you want to raise based on what you hear from the platform. There are 4 microphones in the room. We've got to handle this pretty decisively to move the microphone around quite quickly. But please think of what you want to talk about, because we need your input as well. So welcome all 7 of you. Foreign Minister, first of all, let me come to you. What is your very clear impression about whether peace is even on the table? We heard from the High Representative what she said, and I'll repeat it again. We are not there or anywhere close to it.
The peace has never been off the table, for the very reason that everybody wants peace, except Russia. So it's actually about really making sure that we have the transatlantic unity, that we continue pressure on Russia, and we continue support to Ukraine's self-defense. and invest in ourselves, in our own security and defense, because Russia has been recognized as a long-term threat to Euro-Atlantic security and every country's security in NATO.
But are we using the word peace too liberally on the assumption that somehow it will happen?
Russia, I mean, when we look at Russia, because that is the problem. It's not Ukraine that is the problem. Russia is our problem and will remain our problem, because the indicators that we see in Russia, whether that's politics, economy, military, religion, private sector, media, and so on and so forth, is very much oriented towards war. There's nothing else that we are seeing. And for that purpose, and analyzing from that angle, quite clearly, Russia is and will remain a threat. So until that situation is changed, there will be some difficulties getting to peace. But saying that peace is off the table, no, I'm not saying that. And as we have seen from the past, things change.
Alexander, let me come to you as Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for Ukraine, and that challenge that you laid down and your office laid down very clearly, we need a frank discussion about all of this. What factors are holding back our collective action and efforts?
You know, my last position, I was ambassador in Latvia and spent 1 year of war in Latvia. And I remember in the beginning of war, great politician at that time, President of Latvia, Egil Levis, said that Putin, through this brutal aggression, shocked all of us. And now time of all of us shocked Putin by unity. The main points of peace, of way to peace, is unity all of us. If we will demonstrate unity to support Ukraine, to demolish this dictatorship regime of Putin, we will bring and press Putin for peace. Without it, for Putin, it's not necessary any peace, any negotiation. It's normal life for Putin, war. In war, it's a good condition for him.
But what is the frank discussion?
Frank discussion, why we, through 3.5 years, taking account, combine our potential, we cannot defeat Putin yet. It totally, European Union, Ukrainian army, USA, totally we're over that Putin regime has possibility. But from my point of view, we have all of our partners support us, but speed of these supporters and readiness of supporters is different. And Putin use it and try to undermine us. For example, Latvia, before Putin attacks Ukraine, gave us Stinger. I know that the Stinger, it was, for us, it's very important in first day of war, when the sabotage group tried to capture Gostomel airport close to Kyiv, and after that to capture Kyiv. It was planned for Kyiv. Only 75 Stingers. Getting from Latvia, we save our capital. If we will give Ukraine what we have now, a possibility, not considering that we have limited plan. For example, each country has their own plan of defense, and they preparing for aggression and take it, carry out, not give Ukraine because it's limited through their plan. But question is, what is the battle line in Ukraine? Is it Ukrainian front or front of whole European community?
But let me keep pressing you. What is missing? What is the frankness which is missing at the moment, which you want to highlight?
I want to spread information that if we will gather it all of our possibility, all of our efforts, and focus it for defeating Putin in field of battle, we will win.
Right, let me go to Turkey, because we need a reality check. There is a process which is underway intermittently in your country, contacts at least. Give us an update on how that is going and what you take away about whether there is any willingness to talk in language which could lead to peace when it comes to exchanges of prisoners and other things which are being negotiated in that process. What is the mood in the contacts there?
Yeah. Of course, when we speak about Istanbul talks, there are two distinct processes. The first one was back in March 2022, right after the start of the war. And then, of course, recently, within the last 4 months or so. I'm going to speak more about the recent ones. Because later this year in May, following the US elections and the President Trump's increasing support for peace negotiations, the direct talks between the parties resumed again in Istanbul. But this time with Turkey also sitting in the same room with them. That's also showing their, I think, confidence in our ability to facilitate and conduct this sort of thing.
But what are you facilitating?
Of course, I have to say that, of course, despite some significant achievements in the humanitarian track, as you pointed out, exchange of, prisoners, and also some very good discussion about the kidnapped children, these 3 rounds of talks in Istanbul, the latest round of talks, have not yet yielded any considerable progress regarding ceasefire or peace. Ukraine rightly, of course, insisted on having a ceasefire first to allow room for real, healthy, meaningful negotiations, whereas Russia claimed that, it is possible, it's even necessary to first agree on the basic parameters of a peace agreement before any ceasefire. So there is this gap, irrespective of the substance of the talks, about how to proceed about that. But I think, given that this is one of the most complicated and violent conflicts of the 21st century, hoping to end this in just a few rounds of discussion, I think would have been quite naive. And I have to say that in all these 3 rounds of talks, increasingly lengthy consultations took place between the heads of delegations. And I think in a way that not only forged good rapport between the chief negotiators, but that also helped us build slowly a pratique, a culture, and a sort of a framework of negotiation.
So you are producing a framework which could be adapted, which could be built upon, you think?
I believe so. I'm still cautiously optimistic about that, and particularly because with this new momentum created by the Alaska talks between President Trump and Putin, and the ensuing meetings between Ukraine, US, and Europeans, including Turkey, I think we have to keep pressing on to maintain these direct talks and steer them in the right direction, which will hopefully produce something of a peace framework, which will not only bring fair and lasting peace to Ukraine, but also contribute to European security.
But there's no sense of negotiations there at all. It's discussion in a very basic way about humanitarian issues.
At this point, it's merely discussions, it's exchanging of positions, and they're still very far apart from each other. But I think that is the start of any process. And I think that's why we have to persevere. I understand the frustration, given the increasing Russian aerial attacks on major Ukrainian cities with unacceptable, intolerable collateral damage. But there is no alternative, rather than unrelentingly seeking peace. Because as we see it, there is hardly any possibility for a quick military victory on the battlefield, and there is hardly any possibility for a third country to come and impose a peace deal from outside. So I think it's up to Ukraine and Russia to get together, address those sensitive and difficult issues, and reach a negotiated settlement.
So what you're confirming is there is a limited contact process, but no more at the moment?
There is a process which we can hope more to come. That's how I'm going to put it in this way, I guess.
Right. The words are so important. Let me come to you. You were at the Copenhagen meeting, as with the other foreign ministers in this room. What was your impression, and what did you take away? What did you take back to Brussels from that meeting about the intentions and the commitment, and whether we should be talking about peace, however you want to define it?
I see that the main question that you are having is, are we heading for peace? And to a certain extent, it's understandable that while Putin is delivering terror over civilians, predominantly in Ukraine now, it is very difficult to talk, envisage peace, and look for a positive outcome. But
can you define what peace is? Let me press you.
But the real issue is not only to assess the likelihood, because we come from this region, we know that peace processes are never straightforward, they're never quick, and they're never easy. That's at least the lesson I have from my experience in the Balkans. But instead of focusing so much on assessing the chances, our goal is to support the chances for a peace deal. And we believe that we can do so by supporting Ukraine today so that they can defend and deter future aggressions, but defend also today. And this is why it was really important post-Hague summit to focus very much on the military support to Ukraine. You remember some of the skepticism before the NATO summit. You remember some of our discussions like this. I think that the NATO summit really provided us with a clear image of transatlantic unity and action. And what happened after the summit was that words were not just declarations. I mean, just 2 weeks after the summit, we have had yet another meeting with the US president, which actually paved the way for this priority list for Ukraine on key military equipment, especially air defense and munition, to support Ukraine in this unprecedented attack on civilian and infrastructure. And in the course of 1 month after that meeting, we were able to agree on 4 packages, four Pearl packages, each of them €500 million, provided by a number of allies. And I do believe that we should focus more on how can we do this better, quicker, and how can all this be supported by more allies? Because I have heard at some of the ministerial meetings that allies, member states of the EU, are willing to continue the support, but they also believe more of a burden sharing is necessary. We need to support them with air defense, we need to support them with ammunition, we need to support Ukrainian drone industry with some additional funds. So it's all these things and the security guarantees that we should focus on rather than just waiting the chances. Because if we analyze too much but not really act upon some of our words, this is how we can leave
but let us all be clear,
Ukraine on the dry.
What role does NATO play? Essentially, you're involved in weaponry, artificial intelligence, you're involved in HUMINT, you're involved in SIGINT, you're involved in seeing where the threats are coming from. Your Secretary General was in Washington, he was in Kiev last week, a few days ago. Does NATO see itself as an agent for peace? What
I have said previously is a clear proof. The message we have sent in The Hague, the actions that the Secretary General undertook immediately after the Hague summit, the 2 visits to DC, the visit to Kiev just before their Independence Day, this was meant to send a message not only to Kiev, but to all allies and to our adversaries that we are supporting Ukraine. It will be support through Pearl, because by doing this, we are supporting Ukrainian armed forces. This is the first line of defense. But we also need robust security guarantees. And this is why we have welcomed the initiative by France and the UK on the so-called coalition of the willing, where we participate.
Quickly.
Nick, can I just
let me just finish, if I may.
NATO's mission is peace. That's the single most important KPI for NATO.
That's what I'm trying to get us to understand.
It is. NATO is a peace alliance. NATO is there for
you
peace.
You were Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy.
Yes, and that's, tell me where on NATO's territories there has been war since NATO was established in 1940.
So what I think we need to understand...
So that's what we want for Ukraine.
What I'm trying to help us understand is the contours for negotiating peace, whether NATO has a role in that, as an agent, if you like, for negotiation or contacts or building behind the scenes.
The role of NATO and the role of the Hague Summit was really to project and work on peace by projecting strength. And this was our key goal. Strength and unity was the goal of the summit, and this is what we delivered. But although, as we say, the alliance remains to be a defensive one, it is clear that without this strength, without the capability targets, without supporting Ukraine, this will be a paper tiger, you know? So the focus has to be to allow Ukraine to negotiate from a position of strength. We need to support them, and we need to, through the allies and the willing partners, to really support robust security guarantees, because peace needs to be sustainable. It cannot be a one-time decision.
Barbara, do you agree with that? After your time?
Absolutely, and it's actually Ukraine that is a guarantee for peace in Europe once we are successful in stopping Russian aggression. Because Ukraine has the biggest army, it's the biggest country in Europe, and democratic, strong, peaceful Ukraine will be something that is guaranteeing security, not just for Ukraine, but the whole of Europe. So pretty straightforward.
We have 3 other panelists, each with a specialty, which I need to focus on. Rafael Grossi, let me come to you next, about atomic energy, nuclear energy. What is your assessment of how close to the cliff of real danger we are with Zaporizhzhia, with Chernobyl, and so on? You're not talking to experts in the nuclear field here, but on the other hand, when they see APCs and others driving through contaminated land at Chernobyl near that sarcophagus, which has been put up and a vast amount of money spent on it to make sure there was no leakage. Are we in danger of being overdramatic about understanding?
No, you're not being overdramatic, Nick. It's good to see you, good to be here. 3 years ago, exactly 3 years ago, on this day, 1st of September, it was. And we crossed the front line. I was there with our experts to set up something unique that never happened before, which is an independent mission of the IAEA in an occupied territory, which is still today deployed in Zaporizhia. And what they have been doing, and we keep our fingers crossed because peace has not been achieved, and we are still in the process that you are all describing, how difficult it is. But this thing, the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe, 6 gigawatts of installed capacity, you can imagine thousands of nuclear material there, had been shelled, has been subject to attacks of different kinds. And thanks to the fact that we have an independent presence from the international community there, we have been able to address a number of issues that so far have prevented a nuclear accident from adding to the misery of what has been happening there. Of course, it's not the only thing. And you rightly mentioned Chernobyl. You remember that just within days of the start of the invasion and the military actions there, Russia occupied Zaporizhia. They moved into South Ukraine. Within weeks, we were there. I was personally at the South Ukraine nuclear power plant that came quite close, and the Vice Minister may remember that. Yeah. Became quite close to being the second to be occupied at that time. And of course, Chernobyl, which they subsequently left. But the dangers did not stop there. As you are mentioning, in February this year, a number of attacks on the sarcophagus, on the new safety containment, have compromised this of course, indispensable factor for security and for nuclear security and safety in the whole of Europe. We are not there yet. We continue our presence there. There is, and through the talks that we have been having, of course, with Ukraine, and I've been there 13 times since the war began, 6 times crossing the front line. So we are there, and we are not going anywhere until there is peace. We are engaged in trying to stabilize the situation, to maintain it as it is, and also to try to bring our help in terms of reconstruction.
Let me press you, because we're talking about how you have contacts with the Russians.
Of course.
I'll come on to Bill and Vojko in a moment. But what is your experience? Is it a dialogue of the deaf when it comes to you raising the alarm and saying, do you realize what will happen if you continue to do this?
Well, I think a way to answer your question, Nick, would be that we have been able to avoid the worst so far.
Through productive contacts or not?
Of course, direct contact. It's the only way. You know, I will say something very sincerely here. On occasion, many occasions, I've been personally criticized for engaging with. I've seen Putin more than once. President Putin, apart from all the others. And I have always said, if I don't talk to him, who do I talk to about the situation that they have created? How do I engage? And it's something I've discussed with your president many, many times, and I think it's essential when it comes to diplomacy, exactly. Ambassador. This is our job, to reach out, not only to present a position. There are many people who are, of course, doing this and expressing very vocally the sentiments that I think are widely shared. The essential thing here is to keep, and for this we have established a number of principles which boil down to don't shoot at a nuclear power plant, please. They have a more technical formulation, but we have been able to implement this by and large. Of course, it's a day-to-day effort, and hardly a day passes without an attack or a drone incursion or a blackout that leaves the station without external power supply.
Do you have a level of confidence building or not? Do you have a level of confidence with the...
We have a level of dialogue and we are there. Confidence building, you know, at times of war is very, very difficult to establish. What you need to have is a presence, because another very, very important thing is that by being there, we have been able to avoid fake news, we have been able to avoid false narratives that could be emerging from this situation, because we are there. Every time there is something happening, our experts have the ability to go, to check, to talk to people. And even in very difficult personal situations that some of the Ukrainian staff had to endure there, we have been able, by being a presence on behalf of the international community, to do for them.
Rafael, for the moment, thank you. Bill, let me come to you. For the last 20 years, you've been declared a threat to Russian national security. You have a very clear idea about the Russians. What should we be understanding about the way they negotiate? And then I'll come to Wojko as well. But I need to hear from you about is there a degree of naivete here or not?
Total naivete. I was the canary in the coal mine. I had a sort of personal feud with Vladimir Putin long before the war started, and I got to see how this man behaved. And what I've learned about him, and this is all because of the Magnitsky Act, which imposes sanctions on Russia for human rights abuse.
After the death of Sergei Magnitsky.
After the death of my lawyer, Sergei Magnitsky, and Putin loves his money more than human life, and the idea of sanctioning his money was a great sin. And so we've been at it for 20 years or so, or 15 years. And what I've learned about Vladimir Putin is that he never backs down. He always escalates. And it's a Russian thing. It's not just with me and Vladimir Putin. It's the war. It's any conflict. There's no backing down. The only time that Putin ever backs down is if he's in a position where he has no choice. Putin started this war. This is a war of aggression. At any moment in time, if we wanted the war to end, if he wanted the war to end, he could just end it. He could say, I'm no longer occupying Ukraine, I'm going to withdraw my troops. Ukraine is defending, he's attacking. And so all this talk about peace negotiations, there's only one party to talk to, and that's Vladimir Putin. And if he doesn't back down, and I know he's not going to back down, because if he does back down, he looks weak. If he looks weak, he loses power. If he loses power, he dies.
Do you believe he understands the principle of peace, mir?
The only way that there is going to be peace if he's forced to be in a position. And how do you force him? And some of the things we just talked about forces him, which is if you give the Ukrainians the weapons they need, they can defend themselves. There's another thing which we can do, which is we can deprive Putin of money. And how do we do that? Donald Trump talked about it for several days before the Alaska summit. If he actually had followed through and imposed secondary sanctions on the buyers of Russian oil, on China, India, and Turkey, they wouldn't buy any more Russian oil. And if they didn't buy any more Russian oil, there's nobody else to buy the Russian oil. And if they don't buy the Russian oil, Russia runs out of money after 6 months. If they run out of money after 6 months, then Putin, potentially, without money to pay his soldiers, without money to pay for the Iranian and North Korean weapons, he might then say, okay, now we can talk about some type of negotiation. But you can't negotiate with anybody if they don't want to negotiate. He has no interest in negotiating because he's not in a weak position. There's one more thing we can do. And this is the most obvious thing in the world. We talk about it from time to time. The High Representative just talked about it. We're sitting on $300 billion of Russian money in the West. The United States has just said they're no longer going to fund Ukraine's defense, more or less. The United States makes up 40% of the funding of Ukraine's defense. Is Europe going to come up with that extra 40%? I don't think so. But the easy answer to this whole question is to confiscate the $300 billion and use that to fund the Ukraine's defense. And by the way, if we did that, then Donald Trump, who doesn't seem to want to do anything other than capitulate Ukraine to Putin, is not in a position, he has no more leverage. He's no more leverage. He can't tell anybody what to do if the money is coming from Vladimir Putin to fund Ukraine.
All right, now Wojko, thanks for being patient. I want to come to you because you've been involved in negotiations. You are State Secretary for National and International Security. And there was a remarkable spy swap which took place a year ago after you arrested two Russian agents, sleepers, in 2022, correct me if I'm wrong. And you and others of your colleagues were involved in incredibly secret discussions which involved several Russian agents in other parts of the world. Help us understand what it is like to deal with them and what you were trying to work out and how you were trying to be bluffed and who you were dealing with, and therefore how effective negotiation can technically be with the Russians.
Well, thank you. Well, luckily, there is a book out already. So,
oh, the swap.
Yeah, so it's called
But
Swap.
not everyone can read it in 10 minutes.
It's stressful. It was stressful, and like Bill said, I mean, they put on the table everything they wanted, and we had to put on the table everything we had.
Which included an assassin in Germany.
And that assassin was the hardest part, but we had to put it in the deal because otherwise there wouldn't be a swap. Swap for innocent people. Okay. We gave a murderer to swap for innocent people, journalists and other innocent people.
The Wall Street Journal correspondent.
Yeah. And for a girl that was arrested and we freed her, that got 8 years of prison for just putting the papers in the supermarket against the war. 8 years. We released also her. But what was the most stressful thing was that, I will stop there because there everything is in the book, I don't want to.
Yeah, but summarize the book for us.
Book is good, but don't believe everything that's in the book. So it's a little bit romanticized, but that's okay. It always happens that. No, but the most frustrating thing, this is a good stage to tell it, was that me and my prime minister prepared the previous Munich security conference.
That's a year and a half ago.
Yeah, and we had a scheduled meeting with Kamala Harris there. And we were also to talk about the possible preparation to the swap that at that time was extremely secret. Just a couple of people in the world knew what was going on. But what happened there just one day before? Navalny died. And we knew it was a message for us. And it wasn't easy to survive that day. No, knowing that you was doing something that you will have to play along what Putin will demand in a very hardball way. We stopped working on the swap for at least 6 months. We had to. But then when we restarted, it was a serious job, a serious business. I never negotiated with the Russians directly, but I can tell you that...
Your colleagues did?
Yeah, intelligence and services do that extremely well, without a problem, let's say. But let me tell you that with Putin is one of those men who, when he will die, they will put him on the tombstone. Here lies the man that was always right. Always. He will never admit that he is wrong. He will never admit that he made a mistake. So how can you deal with them? And this is a real problem. And when I see the possible solutions, and I like to speak about those possible scenarios, I can only foresee 2 possible plausible scenarios to end the war.
Do you mean end the war or stop hostilities?
I mean, usually all the wars, before there is a peace agreement, stop with the ceasefire or stopping with hostilities or whatever. Here we have the strange demand of Mr. Putin to end the war with peace agreement without ceasefire. How does that work? You know how it's usually called, that situation? Capitulation. I was in a war in Slovenia. First we achieved ceasefire with Yugoslav army, and then we went to negotiate on Brioni Island with them. The same with Croatia to end the Croatian war. And when the Croatian war stopped, there was still part of Croatia, Posavina, that was 10 years under the protectorate of United Nations. So what we were trying to do with Putin was to have a ceasefire, to stop the killings on the ground, and to continue the war with diplomatic means instead of arms. So here are two possible scenarios with Mr. Putin. One is Finnish scenario, I call it, because one of the reasons Mr. Stubb was there in Washington was also the story of his country, who was attacked by a Red Army in '39. It was called Winter War. Finns bravely fought the Russian army. They stopped them, but the war ended with the cession of the territory from the Finnish part and the guarantees for their sovereignty on the other side. Then they were neutral, and today they are a member of NATO. But this is the scenario when Ukraine goes along and when Ukraine decides on whether this scenario can happen.
The second scenario
is Korean.
Stalemate.
Stalemate, Korean stalemate.
The war continues technically.
Hard freezing the front line and put the boots on the ground, because sometimes we are too reluctant even to speak about possible boots on the ground, while North Koreans have no trouble to put...
But you're talking about the continuation of a state of war.
No, I'm talking about,
there was,
as you remember, there was stop of hostilities. There was on the 50th or the 51st of there. If there is no other way, we will prevent the majority of Ukraine, and we will, unfortunately, this is scenario. I'm not advocating this. The Finnish is much better. And then we will have a new Iron Curtain in Europe. New Iron Curtain, where on the European side we will live our European life, and on the Russian side of the Iron Curtain they will live their Asian life, because this is how it will work then.
Right. Let's pause at that point.
Okay.
Because I want to invite each of you. You've all come to the session with different ideas and different thoughts and different perspectives. I'm just going to ask for people who'd like to come in. There are 4 microphones, and I'd like you to command a microphone to come to you, because then I will come to you in about 5 or 6 minutes. But I want to get it organized so we can make best use of time. Alexander, you wanted to come in a few minutes ago. Do you want to comment on anything you've just been hearing?
Yeah.
Particularly what we've just heard from Jukka.
Yeah, Putin never will agree for negotiation if he will perspective to win in battlefield. That's why I agree with my colleagues from NATO. NATO is an extremely important part of this process to how we gain peace, because if we equip Ukrainians with high technology weapon, and Ukrainian army is the base for future negotiation and peace negotiation. If we will support army, it gives possibility for justice, peace, for long-standing peace. Without it, we cannot reach it. That's why activity of NATO, especially after Gag's summit, it's completely different than before. It's now a concrete plan how to equip Ukrainian army through possibility of to gain our facilities of our army, and after that it will be good position for negotiation. Without it, Putin never will agree, because for him, as they mentioned, war is a normal situation, and he will continue all time. We also will continue for fight. And if we will continue that, it will be losses of more Ukrainian soldiers, but we never will agree for frozen conflict, we will never agree for capitulation. Because we have 2 options for peace. Peace to push for Putin and to sit him, to press him for accept ideas that he will loser and he will have to release our territory, and after that it will be normal situation. Or second option, to push Ukraine to accept capitulation, and after that it will be house in all of the world. That's why we all interested to support Ukrainian army is the basic position for future negotiation, and through all activity we push Putin to recognize the situation. Without it, we will never reach the peace.
Baiba and Radmila, what's your reflection of what we've been talking about for the last 45 minutes, about whether this is a path which is developing? In other words, the garage door could somehow be made open to some kind of process. But I don't sense any kind of optimism here or positiveness among all of you and others elsewhere, and indeed from the High Representative.
Various scenarios are possible. Remember, Germany was divided. Remember, Baltic states were occupied. And we were told, oh, don't ask for full regaining of independence. You know, you're going to destabilize and this and that. So we knew what we were doing. We knew that we were right, that we could do it, and we did it. My first portfolio in the Foreign Ministry was Russian troop withdrawal portfolio as a young lawyer. State sovereignty issues, and we did it after 50 years of occupation. My parents were born in the 30s when Latvia was independent. So regaining territories, regaining people, regaining statehood is possible. Uniting Germany was possible, but it requires force. It requires to be strong ourselves. So 5% for defense is not a joke. We need that, because that is the first precondition. It requires transatlantic unity. It requires strong Ukraine. And it requires pressuring, butchering Kremlin to believe that he's weak, and there is no other option.
Yeah. Let me say peace is possible, but we do need both parties to engage. And we have seen the commitment of Ukraine. They are prepared to negotiate for peace. We haven't seen the commitment from the Russian side. The only way we can push them into real negotiations on long-lasting peace is supporting Ukraine and sending this message that our commitment to Ukraine will not disappear tomorrow, that we are here for the long process even, but also to increase the price of war to Putin. You know, through sanctions, through the discussion about frozen assets is not something that NATO engages in, but I have participated at some of the meetings and heard some of the heated EU ministers discussing it. The war has to be expensive. It has to cost him politically if he is to engage in negotiations. But the engagement of the US president is something that we have welcomed. You know, we do need to start discussing and thinking about peace negotiations, but it's not just an analysis. It cannot be just words. It has to be through a sustained effort to support Ukraine and through a sustained effort of the coalition of the willing, ready to send the so-called reassurance first, the security guarantees that will support Ukraine. Without these elements, it will be very difficult. But there is a chance, and we have to do our best, and we have to deliver on our side, from our responsibility, so that Ukraine can really negotiate from a position of strength.
Rafael, can I just ask you, do you feel at every stage you are dealing with Putinistas, right from the top to the bottom, on something as so important as nuclear security? People who only think like him?
Well, I think they do understand. We should not forget that Ukraine and Russia are nuclear countries, are countries that have vast nuclear infrastructure. For Ukraine, is a lifeline, really. Without the 9 remaining nuclear reactors, the whole country would have collapsed. And I think the way in which the energy infrastructure has been kept in very difficult circumstances has been really heroic. I think, but engagement is necessary from our technical point of view, because it is obvious that without that, the possibility of reconstruction would be impossible. Now we are working also on reconstruction. We were just in Rome a few weeks ago, and the IAEA is supporting Rivne, Khmelnytsky, South Ukraine, and at Khmelnytsky, the construction of two new units that are going to be built to ensure the reconstruction. And it's very important that we have these dialogues, for example, with the regulators, where you can, Russian regulators, for example, nuclear regulators, when you can expose the kind of things, the kinds of issues that are perhaps too technical or boring or discussing here, but which are being fleshed out and discussed with them in terms of the consequences of certain things happening.
Thank you very much. Right, who's got the microphone? Yulia from Ukraine. I think please. And also Nicola from North Macedonia, I was told about. A quick intervention, please, from you.
Yes. So, as you mentioned, I'm from Ukraine, and no one wants peace more, just peace more than Ukrainians. But I want to move our discussion even farther. What after peace? What after peace agreement? No matter how, it matters how it will look like, of course. But the question is how the Europe and the world will engage with Russia strategically after this peace. Because Europe, the US, were trying for a long time from the fall of the Soviet Union to engage with Russia economically, diplomatically, and there were assumptions that it will help.
All right. Okay, good. Nicola from North Macedonia, where are you? Please.
Thank you. So it is a long road to peace, and we've discussed this, but on that road, there is a second question that follows, I think, every single one of us, and that is the ancient norm which is inscribed in Article 4, in Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the UN Charter, the prohibition of the use of force. And my question to the panel is, how do we, on this road, also revive the values and the norms of international law, and especially the ancient norm of the prohibition of the use of force?
Thank you. You're raising what the Deputy Prime Minister and also the President raised very explicitly this morning. One more. Have you got a microphone? Who else has got a microphone? Get a microphone, please, over there, please.
Thank you.
Tell us who you are, please.
My name is Petre Claudiu Platon from Romania National Administration Association. I have a question for Bill, because he pointed out the question about the money, of Putin's money. So the idea is if we want to shorten the way, the road to the peace in Ukraine, one measure is to confiscate Putin's money. Why don't we do it?
All right.
Are we afraid,
Bill, why
the bear, that we will hurt him? Thank you.
Your business is asset management. Why are we not doing it?
We're not doing it because we have a lot of government officials. So actually, let me step back. After the war started, me as a finance guy, I said, how can I contribute to helping Ukraine? And I said, the obvious thing is to confiscate the 300 billion. And I've been working on that for 3 years, and I've met with many government officials, parliamentarians, et cetera. And what started out as a complete non-starter, everyone said it's against the law. It's not against the law to invade a neighboring country and destroy their country, but it's against the law. They're protected by sovereign immunity, supposedly. And I said, okay, well, if that's the case, why don't we change the law? And the United States actually did that. The United States created something called the Repo Act in the Biden administration, which allowed them to confiscate the money in the United States. In the EU, we haven't done that. In the UK, we haven't done that. In Canada, actually, Canada has done that. But then there's this sort of, I would say, unrealistic expectation that there is some type of possibility of negotiating. We're up here talking about negotiating peace. We can't negotiate peace with a guy who's absolutely dead set on war. Putin has not altered his expectations 1 centimeter from the very beginning. He doesn't want peace. And so if you go around the European Commission, they're all saying, well, you know, we need to hold this back for discussions about the reparations at the end of the war. There's not going to be reparations of a country if Russia takes the country. Mm-hmm. And so, having said that, since I started this whole thing, we've moved quite a bit, and everybody has agreed. Okay, it's not legal to take the money, but we can take the interest on the money, which is no more legal or less legal than taking the money. And so we're eventually going to get to the point where the question is going to emerge in all these countries, in the European Union, in the UK. Do we want the taxpayers to pay, or do we want Putin to pay? And once it becomes that question, that's a political question, that's not a bureaucratic question, then it will be resolved and the money will be taken.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone want to come in on this, on money? Please.
We have Magnitsky Law, thanks to Bill. And it's also valid in European Union countries. And no, I wanted to say that, if I can, the question about how will relations between Europe and Russia look after the war Well, that's the question I'm trying.
Can you envisage that?
Yeah, and this is my provocation, basically, about Korean scenario, because Russian generations, Russian young people should think about what will happen to them if this war freezes on the present front line. Because God bless to multilateralism, but I only see in the world now two superpowers. One is outspoken, which is United States, and the other is pretty introverted or hideous, which is China. And China is supporting Russia so much that if this Korean scenario happens, I don't know whether Russians can escape to their Chinese future. In terms of, yeah. So they will have to decide to finish this war in a manner that will give prospect to young Russians or to Russia to become European or Asian European state again, or will it for a long time be separated from Europe and be connected to Asia?
Let me just can we just pick up the two thoughts from Julia and Nicola. Do you want to come in, Alexander? Yeah. We've got 11 minutes to run, so I'd like quick answers.
Very shortly answer. Impunity and impeachment create possibility for next war. That's what we need to create situation for punishment all regime of Putin. It will be end of war. Without it, it will be create new possibility for new war. That's why establishment of criminal tribunal is very important things. We need to bring all people headed by Putin to this tribunal. First of all, now it will prevent us, for all of us, not only Ukraine. It's case concerning all of us. That's why I'm absolutely sure that our peace agreement will be creates possibility to bring them for punishment. That's my answer.
Radmila.
Fully agree with what Alexander said. What happens and what will happen to Ukraine will echo, and that will affect how aggressive leaders, how aggressive prime ministers and president consider a next territorial integrity challenge. So it is a test, not only for Ukraine, it is a test for Europe and for us. But on the issue of how do we define our policies vis-à-vis Russia in the future, I think what has happened, at least in NATO, and I think what happens in EU shows this as well, is that even if the war in Ukraine finishes tomorrow, nobody expects that we will go back business as usual pre-2020 or pre-2014, because the confidence has been lost, and all the people or politicians who were preaching different narratives were utterly proven wrong. So there will be a need for a completely different process in which European countries will stop if Russia completely changed the pattern.
We should remind everyone.
But 5% for defense spending is there in the NATO Hague summit, because we don't believe that we can go back business as usual.
We should remind people that Putin once raised the prospect of Russia joining NATO.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a Russia office at NATO.
Yeah.
Right.
Quick answer on both. One on process with Russia. As Radmila says, there is no expectation Russia going back to some type of peaceful country. That's why NATO's defense plans are planned against Russian capabilities. That's why specific 5%, that's why 3.5% for hard defense, because that's the capability targets and the actual stuff that we need as allies to make sure that nothing happens to ourselves. From that also, it means that supporting Ukraine is more viable, so pretty straightforward. And then on international law and what it means, you know, in a wider sort of trust in international system. Remember, Ukraine, the first things that Ukraine did was actually on the basis of Article 2 to turn to the UN Security Council and request Security Council to take action on the violations that Russia was doing. So Russia vetoed the ability of the UN to act. And then Article 51, which is right to self-defense, individually and collectively, on which also NATO is based, was used for Ukraine's self-defense. And that's why when NATO actually, as allies, we analyzed whether we become party of the war if we provide Ukraine with weapons and with other assistance? The answer was no, because the Article 51 covers self-defense, it covers others providing rights to self-defense and means to for self-defense. And no, neither NATO nor allies nor anybody else helping Ukraine does not become party to the war. So we are succeeding Slovenia in the Security Council from 1st January. And we will be very, very, very much looking to actually this trust in international law, these standards that the UN Charter embodies, that countries, wherever they are, in Africa, Asia, wherever, they don't want to be invaded by their neighbors. It's
so
really,
I hope, Nicola,
really
that
basic law.
you a little bit. Zaki, can you just hang on one moment? Yeah. Let me get another question. We've got about 7 minutes to run.
David Livingston, Chairman of the Royal United Services Institute in London and former British Government Minister. Given that there are some capabilities, notably intelligence sharing, where the Europeans cannot just substitute for what the Americans provide, what are the arguments the panel think most likely to persuade not only this president but the political leadership of the United States over the next few years that they should remain committed to keeping Ukraine strong and in the fight, rather than, to use the phrase, walk away?
David, do you have a view? You were a Deputy Prime Minister.
My view is that your starting point has to be that the Europeans need to show that they are taking a bigger share now, but I think my view is that the tactic of being frank, sort of deferential to President Trump is probably the right one, however humiliating it may be at the moment. But I hope that whether it's Starmer or Macron or Merz or anybody else are privately really dedicating themselves to make us less dependent on the US for help for Ukraine, insofar as we can do that. But some of this will take 10 years.
All right, the diplomacy of flattery. Who else?
Can I
who else would like
on the,
can I just check if,
on the Intel?
Can I just check if anyone else has a microphone? Where? Okay, I'll come to you in a moment. Good, please. Sir.
On the Intel, just a quick add-on to what David was saying is actually that it's a mutual action. There's so much that the Five Eyes get from the other partners actually without knowing that is coming from others. And the sort of fusion of all that Intel knowledge, the understanding of that Intel knowledge, what Ukrainians are doing but also using, there is a lot of joint sort of benefit that is being drawn, and I'm not even saying what the relationship is with Turkey and others for the situation in the Middle East and so on and so forth. So it's, you cannot take one letter out of the wider equation on the joint Intel work, because security interests and threats are not just in one.
Just one sentence. This is one of the reasons. There are several reasons why on the security guarantees the discussions are ongoing, including a US involvement. And we do believe that these robust security guarantees are the right message to Ukraine, the right support to Ukraine, but also a right message to Moscow.
Thank you. One question here, because I realize you have to leave in about 4 minutes to get a plane.
I am a Ukrainian refugee, and my question, in my opinion, is this main important section in Bled conference now, because if Ukraine fall, didn't exist any option for optimistic European future. This real, just now, like 1939, and we are, and in my opinion, a lot of countries, a lot of politics did understand this, playing the political game. Or I live in Slovenia from where it started. For example, in Slovenia, very strong Russian propaganda. And I listen to this politics second year. Every year, support young Russian, good Russian. And I'm not my question, why? Why politicians didn't understand serious of situation?
All right, in the limited time we've got available, let me put that to the politicians. You don't fully understand the enormity of what is happening.
Not only Slovenia, it exists brave country and
we've got the message.
Yeah, please.
I can answer you by Ukrainian or by English. Yeah, it's not so right, because
You know, all countries support us. You can compare the first stage of war. Putin occupied huge territory of Ukraine. You can compare to last year. It's a smaller part, absolutely minimum. It means that through support of international community, we upgrade facilities of our army. We can reject attack of Putin. That means that politicians understand. Yeah, as I mentioned before, it's a different speed of understanding, different readiness to support. Somebody immediately give us assistance, but somebody postpone, etc. But nevertheless, it's normal way, because you're going to bring all together. It's a difficult task, but nevertheless, 3.5 years we stand, we fight, and we will win.
Miller.
Yeah. Thank you for these words. I mean, here are the people who are convinced. What we call upon when we use these pleas, we say Ukraine's security is really our security. And also our deterrence and defense is an attempt to support Ukraine. But this is why I will use your question again to plea all allies and member states present here. Please find a way in these crucial times, while the attacks in Ukraine are harshest and very much civilian-oriented, we have to pull our weight and we have to help them. Is it through Pearl, through direct assistance to drone industry in Ukraine, or in any other way, bilateral, multilateral? It doesn't matter. It is important that this life-saving ammunition and air defense reaches Ukraine, and this is how we help them.
Zuki, final thought, and then one more intervention, then I have to wrap it up.
Yes, I mean, I just wanted to come in the previous round to somewhat challenge the assumption that Russia is not interested in peace because it is not in a weak position. I would not challenge it in a positive way, because I mean, if we put things into perspective, we can easily see that Russia is not in a better position compared to 2022. I mean, what was thought to be a few weeks of special military operation is now a full-scale war in its 4th year, with huge economic and human losses for Russia. And as far as I can see, the sanctions are also biting. So there is indeed a real prospect for peace. But I mean, it's all about how we can induce or compel the parties to come to the table. And as to what we can do, Europeans and the US, in that, I think we have a significant role to play with the necessary sticks and carrots. And among them, of course, most important of which is the continued support to Ukraine in terms of defensive capabilities so that they can hold their lines and defend their country, but also about the short and long-term security guarantees that will have to be provided to Ukraine for the aftermath of any peace deal or ceasefire. And I think in that regard, do not really overlook at it. The capability of the willing countries set up by the Europeans at the beginning of this year has already drafted some detailed military plans for that purpose. And in response to the question that is provided by the gentleman behind, the US administration recent decision to support and contribute to these plans is, I believe, an extremely significant step, which I hope might make it easier for both parties to take those hard and bold steps that can pave the way for a final, fair and lasting peace.
Thank you, Zuki. Yeah.
Just a final word. I can't imagine Turkey recognizing the north of the Black Sea as Russian. I really cannot imagine.
We have always said that, our firm support to territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine is steadfast. That will never change at all. And we repeatedly condemned Russia's invasion and annexation of Ukrainian territories, and we said we will never recognize that from the very outset in 2014.
But also that shows the wider scope, how much unity there is, not only in NATO or in the EU, but around the world. I have heard those same sentences from the others in the Middle East, in Africa, in Asia, and so on and so forth. Because at the end, we are in it together. There is a basic rule that we need to observe. And the fact is that as far as NATO allies or Ukraine or others is concerned, Ukraine was fighting the war before 2014. It was a sub-conventional war because Russian warfare doctrine is one. It's not only conventional war, it's a lot of sub-conventional. Because they are trying to get their objectives, and that's the cheapest way how to get it, to get influence, to get control, through other means. Economy, propaganda, corruption, cyber, hack and leak, and that is what will continue. So the answer is that we have to recognize there's a Russian warfare doctrine that is turned towards us, against us. Right. And maintaining that ability to make our own decisions is crucially important.
Well, look, thank you all. Radmila had to leave because there's a plane in an hour from now, and we can't stop the plane. Alexander, I hope we've been frank enough to justify the discussion that you wanted. That you're not going to go back to Kiev saying, actually, they bottled out when it came to these very, very difficult questions. But I'm not convinced that peace is anywhere close at hand at the moment, judging by what, and we have a shaking head there.
But we believe
so we've tried to illuminate it. When this was decided to have as a panel, no one could have known that there would be Anchorage, and then there would be the extraordinary events in the White House 2 weeks ago. And as far as I'm concerned, or I know from my iPhone, nothing has been announced today of a meeting between Putin and Zelensky. So where are we? Well, the day is yet to be finished, but the 2-week deadline is still ticking. Thank you all very much indeed. A lot of a great variety of perspectives which I've tried to knit together. Thank you for your contributions from the floor, and I invite Ali back.
Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, everyone, indeed. Long road to peace. Thank you, Nick, as always, a stellar job. Thank you to our distinguished panelists for this very insightful debate. If I can ask the gentleman to slowly vacate the stage, because we actually have one more important item here left on stage. I'm going to wait just 5 more seconds, merhabalar, nasılsınız, until we get going with the presentation of the BSF Distinguished Partner Award. That's something I'm sure you don't want to miss. Just waiting a couple more seconds until the gentlemen clear the stage. Great to have you with us. Thank you so much. Could I kindly ask you to clear the stage, because we actually have one more item left here on the agenda, namely the presentation of the BSF Distinguished Partner Award 2025. For those who were with us last year, remember that it was Yulia Navalnaya who received the Distinguished Partner Award. And to announce the recipients of the 2025 BSF Distinguished Partner Award, it is my great pleasure to welcome back to the stage the Bled Strategic Forum Secretary General, Peter Gurk. Floor is yours, Peter.
Thank you very much, Ali. Since it's the 20th anniversary of the Bled Strategic Forum, it's only fitting that we recognize those who contributed the most to the success of the forum, and that it became one of the most prestigious strategic events in Europe, but also in the wider international community. With this in mind, the first recognition award goes to the founder of the Bled Strategic Forum, former Minister Dr. Dimitri Rupel, whose foresight and determination led to the organization of the forum in 2006, and because of him, the forum became what it is today. Unfortunately, Dr. Rupel could not be with us, but we will be sure to give him the award in person. Next award is for those who preceded me and who worked with the passion, courage, and dedication in order to make this event happen from year to year. We are going to honor and recognize the work of the former Secretary Generals who have been bold enough to take this function and make it what it was or what it is today. Before I call them to the floor, I would like to invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia, Ms. Tanja Fajon, to come to present
the awards. And let me call now the first Secretary General of the Bled Strategic Forum. It was in 2006. My dear friend, Ambassador Daria Baudaš-Kuret. Please, Ambassador. Next one, I would like to call Ambassador Melita Gabric, who ran the forum, I think it was in 2009. State Secretary, please. Next one is also my dear friend, Ms. Miriam Moșgan. And last but not least, my predecessor, Ambassador Alan Brian Bergant. Thank you very much, former Secretary Generals. Without you, we wouldn't be standing here in this hall. And now a special recognition to somebody who actually was not just present at all the 20 Bled Strategic Forums, but was working in each of them, ensuring that the forums are being done in orderly and efficient manner. When I see her running around the festival hall every year, I know that the forum is going to be great. And until she is going to run around, I hope I will also be here, because without her, the things just wouldn't work out. Let us honor Alenka Žigon, member of the Protocol Department. She always says, Peter, we are going to make it, and I'm always saying, well, I'm not so sure, but let's try really hard. And finally, the BSF Distinguished Partner Award. This year, we are going to give it to the ones who are not with us anymore. We are going to recognize the work, the suffering, and the tragedies that are happening to the journalists who have been killed in the war zones around the world. Especially, we are looking now at the atrocities which are happening in Gaza, where I think since the beginning of the year, 62 journalists have been killed. Journalism, therefore, is not just a profession, but a pillar of democracy and freedom. Free and independent reporting enables transparency, civic participation, and informed decision-making. The tragic loss of journalists underscores both the high cost of press freedom and the urgent need to protect it. The BSF Distinguished Partner Award is going to be accepted by Maja Sever, President of the European Federation of Journalists, who is going to give you a video address. Please.
My name is Maja Sever and I'm a journalist and president of European Federation of Journalists. On behalf of all colleagues I represent as president of EFJ, but I believe I can also speak for the wider journalist community, I thank you for this award. I see this as your recognition as an affirmation of journalism as a public good, as a defender of democracy and freedom. I accept this award with deep gratitude, but also with sorrow in my heart. The award is dedicated to those who are not longer with us, our colleagues who gave their lives reporting from war zones. They defended the true and the public's rights to know, and the price they paid was the highest one. I can say from my personal perspective and experience that war reporting is the hardest part of our profession. Every war is terrible, but thanks to journalists, the world knows the truth about those horrors. These days, we can not only see the journalists are dying on the front line, but they have become target. In the past year, more than 120 journalists and media workers were killed on assignment. From Gaza, we saw entire new teams being killed. All of them were human beings, with families, plans, and dreams. Mariam, Mohammed, Heba, and many others reported until their last breath, with the camera and the pen in hand, so that the world could see the reality of war. In Ukraine, we have lost too many colleagues. Our friends in Ukraine are exhausted by a war that does not end. That's why the EFJ, together with unions in Ukraine, opened 6 solidarity centers which provide daily assistance to colleagues on the front lines. We do not forget our colleagues from Belarus, those who forced to exile, or those unjustly imprisoned and who still continue to believe in the freedom of journalism. Their courage is equal to that of those on the battlefield. Sadly, the work of our colleagues in Serbia today also look like reporting from war zone. In that country, right on the border of the European Union, journalists go on assignment wearing helmets. In this war on the streets, journalists are the first to be attacked, and we must not turn our heads away. This award is recognition of all the brave people who are not afraid to risk their lives so that you can know the truth. We accept it in their name and we dedicate it to them. Thank you for not forgetting our colleagues. Thank you for standing with us in the fight to ensure that journalism, against all odds, survive.
Thank you very much, Maja Sever. With this presentation and the award, we are concluding the first sessions and the opening of the Bled Strategic Forum. I would like to thank each and every one of you who came to listen to the debates and especially have been involved in the discussion on how we can make this world a better place. Thank you very much. Reception is at 8, followed by the night oval session, which is going to be very interesting on European identity. I hope to see you all there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister, for everything.